Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting, just want to give the people who are registering just about 2 or 3 minutes, then we'll start. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We just want to apologize for the delay. We had some little technical glitches, but now we can start. I would like to ask Mr. Khatisa to lead the opening prayer for the seminar. Mr. Khatisa.
Thank you very much, Ntate. Are rapeleng. Marana modimo a rona lo se go na ra le bua jo fa tletse matlaohle. E ba le rona mosebetsi mona wa letsatsi le la ka jeno. Ha re tle re etelwe pele go wena o re fe matla o fe bohlale. Tsohle modimo lo kile tle re di etse ka wena e bona re tla re etella pele. Tsena le tsohle re di kopa le bitso la ho le matla la morena rona Jesu Kriste. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ntate Khatisa. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stanley Thabo. I'm a Regional Service Center Manager at UNISA in Bloemfontein. Oh, it's a whole. Okay. My name is Stanley Thabo. I'm the Regional Service Center Manager in the Regional Service Center in Bloemfontein. I'm honored to be here And I feel the privilege of being here to serve as a program director for today's seminar on harnessing digital transformation in education for skills transfer and curriculum innovation. It is a pleasure to see so many educators, policymakers, lecturers, principals, my former colleagues and students in attendance, and of course, the esteemed guests and the distinguished speakers who will share their expertise on this topic. I would like to acknowledge and thank you all for attending. This seminar would not be complete without your presence. Firstly, I just want to say something before I continue with the program. I've been in this place for many years, but I've never been in this chamber. You know, you know, it is the first time after so many years. So I'm delighted to be here. It feels like I'm returning home. After working here for 9.5 years as a teacher at Maluti High School, I left in June 1995 to join what was called Technical SA, which later merged with UNISA. I reflect on whether those who nominated me to serve as your program director recognize that they brought me back to where it all began. Reflecting on my journey, I recognize that this region fostered in many of us here deep commitment to the development and empowerment of our most disadvantaged communities. The term or phrase, what is the return on investment, or what is it for me, was not used here in this region in the context of uplifting the disadvantaged children, regardless of their circumstances. Instead, the focus was making education accessible to all, driven by the vision of transforming Kwakwa into a thriving community and establishing education as its cornerstone. In the decades leading to 1994, the region's leadership was driven by the shared commitment to advancing education as a fundamental right. This vision emphasized breaking barriers and ensuring that education opportunities were available to everyone, regardless of their social and economic circumstances. At that time, the chamber served as a sacred space revered not only for its elevated location, but also for the dedication of the leaders who worked within it. Every village, regardless of the distance from Putachava, was equipped with the essential educational facilities, including creches, primary schools, and high schools. The region boasted teachers' colleges, technical schools, and agricultural schools, alongside a nursing college and the then University of Kwakwa, which is now the University of the Free State Kwakwa branch. This region became widely recognized as an educational hub in the Free State and beyond, attracting individuals to its exceptional educational infrastructure and operational dignity. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that so many people in the Free State and other provinces will tell you that I got my education in Kwakwa. It is like that. Many people will tell you that because Kwakwa gave them the opportunity to study. So it is an honor to stand in this chamber and serve as a program director for a topic that would undoubtedly make those leaders proud. That is harnessing digital transformation in education for skills transfer and curriculum innovation. The collaboration between UNISA and Maluti TVET College aims to enhance educational opportunities in the region. This partnership enhances the academic environment and provides pathways for students to achieve their goals while making meaningful contribution to their community. Together, these institutions are building a foundation for a brighter, more inclusive future and pursuing legacy of the forebears. Let us start now, ladies and gentlemen, with the program. I just want to say that now we gather at the pivotal moment where the intersection of technology and education is not just reshaping how we teach, but redefining what it means to learn, to grow, and to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. As a result of digital transformation, new possibilities are created, including personalized learning experiences, real-time collaboration, and access to knowledge that transcends national boundaries. In addition to the tools and the platforms that we have these days, there is an even more important mission, that is educating our learners, students, employees, so they will have the skills to compete for not just today's jobs, but those of tomorrow. The seminar is more than a discussion. This seminar is more than a discussion. It's a call to action, a space to explore how we can reimagine curricula, empower educators, and build inclusive systems that foster creativity, critical thinking, addressing the digital divide, and the lifelong learning. Our goal today is to explore how digital transformation can be effectively integrated into educational practices to enhance skills transfer and innovate curricula. Whether you're a policymaker, a technologist, a teacher, or a student, your voice matters in shaping this future. Let us use this opportunity to share insights, challenge assumptions, and spark innovation. Together, we can transform education into a dynamic engine for skills development and social progress. Thank you for being here. Let's begin the journey of transformation with purpose, with passion, and with possibility. Now, over the next 8 hours, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have expert speakers who will share their insights on various topics to explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping education's future. I look forward to seeing the ideas and connection that will emerge from this seminar. Let's work together to harness the power of digital transformation and secure a brighter future for education. Now, before we begin, some housekeeping items will be presented by Mr. Ramuhatsi. Is it Mr. Ramuhatsi?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaukanani Sanemi Saramuashi. I'm here to present the House rules for today's session. The House rules, the purpose of the House rules is to ensure that everyone, staff members, visitors, stakeholders, while using this venue, know the rules of this chamber. So the purpose of the House rules is to prevent the accident, incident, or damage of the property, to create a safe and secure and healthy environment for all attendants in this chamber. So in case of emergency, we do have 3 exit doors that we can use to evacuate this building. We are also encouraging everyone that we don't have to block the route to exit this building. Also, we have a marking of the exit doors with a green mark to show the person running, and the arrow is the way we are going to use the door to exit. So in case of fire, we do have the fire equipment outside this building, around the corner, around to the next door. And then when we want to evacuate the building in case of fire, we don't have to panic. We evacuate calmly without running. And then we gather outside the building. We'll be here to also to guide how to evacuate the building. So, we don't have to smoke inside of these buildings. We should also be careful with the cables for connectivity on the floor when we are moving around, and then also to try to minimize the movement while the program or the presenter was still presenting. So in case of abolition blocks, where is it allocated? We have abolition block on the left wing on this door on the left side. Also, those who are sitting closer to my side on the right hand side, this door, there's also abolition block, the male and the female. The abolition block is where it's allocated. And then also this abolition block is also facilitate or accommodate a person with a disability. So it's left and right wings is where we are going to assist ourselves. So safety is everyone's responsibility. Let's follow the rules and protect yourself and others. Together we can create a safe environment at this chamber until we conclude our session. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramuhashi. In fact, I made a mistake with your surname. I'm very sorry about that, sir. Okay. Now, listen, gentlemen, as I've said that now, let's make this a day of learning, networking, and inspiration. Feel free to engage, ask questions, and connect with others during the open discussion period, because we are going to give you a chance for the open discussion. Without further ado, or let me give people a chance maybe to sit. All right. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with our program. Let's begin with our program. Mr. Tsoteti, the esteemed principal of Maluti TVET College, will deliver the opening address at this seminar. He will warmly welcome all attendees and set the tone for the event. Please join us in giving him a resounding round of applause as he ascends to the stage to address the gathering.
Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Nhlapo, for this opportunity afforded to me. I stand here on behalf of the Chairperson of the College Council, Dr. Raymond Patel, and the College Council at large, together also with the Executive Management of the College. I say, Khotsong, good morning, esteemed guests, respected guests, and partners in education. It is with great pleasure and honor that I, as the principal of Maluti TVET College, I have to welcome you to this crucial two-day event. We are gathered here at the Thabo Mofutsanyana District Municipality, the chamber in Putadichaba, for our seminar, which will take place over 2 days. The seminar marks a significant milestone in the strategic alliance between Maluti TVET College and UNISA. This collaboration represents not merely a meeting, but a paradigm shift towards technology-enabled education within the post-school education and training sector. Our gathering is driven by a profound understanding that the evolving higher education landscape necessitates adaptive delivery mechanism. We must address the contemporary socio-economic challenges, particularly those prevalent in rural contexts. John Dewey once made a profound point open quotes. If we teach today as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow, close quotes. The collaborative effort aims specifically at leveraging digital transformation for enhanced skills transfer and curriculum innovation. We strive to address transformation imperatives while rigorously maintaining academic rigor and industry relevance. The overarching long-term focus guiding our annual seminars for the next 5 years is a transformative 5-year theme, which is harnessing education, training, and technology for rural economic development, a pathway to transformation. Ultimately, the aim of the seminar is clear and singular: to enhance learning and teaching in higher education in a digital age. Industries are crucial in this regard, as the graduates are soon to be in the industries with employers or for employment or be involved in the economic activities of the country. The synergy is therefore important, especially when we understand John Chambers when he said, open brackets, at least 40% of all businesses will die in the next 10 years if they don't figure out how to change their entire company to accommodate new technologies, close quote. We are therefore honored by the presence of many distinguished leaders, educators, experts, who have dedicated their time to enrich these discussions. I therefore extend a warm welcome to the representative from our indispensable partner in the name of UNISA, including Professor Ngubane, who is the head of Department Institute for Open and Distance Learning, who will deliver a keynote address on inclusive strategies for online and blended learning in marginalized communities. I also further note and welcome the key organizers, Mebu Pape and Dr. Nhlapo, but also all the officials from UNISA. You are warmly welcomed. I also welcome the second esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Trevor Rammitwa, the CEO of National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa, in short, NEMISA, whose address focuses on strategies for inclusive innovation and curriculum transformation in South Africa. He will address us virtually due to competing priorities, which also we understand that we should always appreciate technology because it assists us to communicate and also be able to be in two places at one time. We also acknowledge the vital presence of support speakers from key national bodies, including Ntate Tivele, the Acting Chief Director, TVET Curriculum Development and Support from the Department of Higher Education and Training, together with my supervisor, the Acting Regional Manager for Free State and Gauteng, Ntate Pule Patrick Mashele, Ntate Kekane, the President of the South African Public Colleges Organization, known as SACPO, Mematlawa, the Principal of Free State Community Education and Training College. A special welcome to our speakers from various institutions, including Dr. Pitso Keza, the Deputy Principal Academic from Lephalale TVET College. We are also delighted to welcome our international contributors from the National University of Lesotho. Our greetings to Mr. Fred Mudavanu from Northwest University, Dr. Akinyelu from University of KZN, The Managing Director of Shaping the Learner, Mr. G. Williamson. We also welcome the President of the CEO of ZATNA, Ntatewesi, the Acting Campus Manager of Southwest Gauteng Colleges, Dr. V.J. Masego, the representatives from the Department of Education in the Free State, our student leaderships who are with us today, you are also most welcomed. Furthermore, the presence of Professor Ngobeni, the principal of the University of the Free State Kwakwa campus, college principals that are here, and the executive managers, college officials, and all distinguished guests. We note that they are coming from far and near. We really appreciate your presence. And those that are in person and those that are connected virtually, accept our warm and heartfelt welcome to this collaborative seminar. We are proud to co-host this important event with UNISA, continuing a partnership dedicated to advancing education in our region. We are looking forward for the next 5 years with enthusiasm that will bear fruit in the country, but most importantly, the opportunity to enter in the strategic partnership on behalf of the Free State Province. Let me also welcome Ntate Koko. When we had the initial discussions, it emerged in me that you meant a transformative opportunity for a shared vision to us in the province. I must acknowledge the foundation you laid has been great, which transpired throughout until today. You can pat yourself on your shoulders for being such an impactful leader in the region. John Adams once said, open quotes, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Close quote. I therefore say you are a leader, Ndati Koko. As I conclude, let me also acknowledge the steering committee that was actively manned by Ndate Korombi together with Me'els. You steered the ship with so much dedication and focus. But also let me acknowledge all the role players that have been wonderful throughout the arrangements and also throughout the engagements. I encourage every one of you to engage actively, share your expertise, and build new connections. The solutions we need will not come from one institution alone, but from collective wisdom and collaborative spirit that I see in this room today. As I end my welcome address, I take appreciation of Seth Nicol when he said, open quotes, working with others is, in my mind, the future of business. You have a large audience, more ideas, shared risk, shared workload, and you'll be getting a portion of something greater than had you done it alone, close quotes. Let us make the most of this opportunity to innovate, to inspire and lay the groundwork for a more inclusive and technologically empowered future for our students and our country. I wish you a productive and thought-provoking seminar. You are welcomed. And I say, Helen Keller said, if I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Close quotes. All of us here, we are giants, and no doubt we will be seeing further. I thank you, Program Director.
Uh, Thank you, Ndati Tsotetse, for the warm welcome, and we really feel welcomed, and all the people who are here and those who are with us virtually. I'd also like to thank you for acknowledging our former regional director, Mr. Ekoko. You rightly said that now he's a great leader. When he wants something to happen, he tries by all means to work towards it with his team. So we thank you for acknowledging everybody. So, and we also welcome you, that is Simona, because now, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Ms. M.A. Bupape, our acting director in the UNISA Midlands region, will explain the seminar's purpose. She will provide a detailed overview of the seminar's objectives, highlighting its focus on fostering academic collaboration, sharing innovative ideas, and addressing key challenges within the region. Her explanation will set the stage for the productive and engaging discussion among participants. Let's welcome Mrs. Bupape warmly.
Thank you, Dr. Thabo, our program director, and our esteemed speakers and paper presenters, Mr. Tsotetse, the principal of Maluti TVET College, as well as his team members, and to the colleagues from UNISA and the different TVET colleges across the country, colleagues from the post-school education and training sector, colleagues from outside the sector, as well as from this public and private sector, the student leaders in our midst and online, and all our colleagues that are connected online. Good morning. Good morning. Colleagues, I bring to you greetings from the University of the Land, greetings from our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, whose roots are in this area of the country. And I want to just remind us, these days when we speak as UNISA, we've just turned 150 years old. We're now 151 or so. And so every time we speak, we say we are the grandmother of universities in the continent. So these are important greetings from the grandmother of the universities in the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, before I share the purpose of this seminar, which Dr. Thabo and Mr. Tsotetse have already touched on, I'd like to highlight contextual matters which are important for us to consider. I want to remind us that in 2013, our African heads of states and governments met in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, and they were celebrating the Golden Jubilee of the Organization of African Unity, what we now called AU. And in that meeting, our leaders made a declaration on different pertinent continental issues, such as the African identity and renaissance, the struggle against colonialism, the right to self-determination of African people, and the agenda for social and economic development. And as we gather today and tomorrow, I'd like us to frame our discussions on one of the declarations by our leaders. And that declaration was on the agenda for social and economic development. And in support of this declaration, the leaders undertook to develop Africa's human capital through education and training. Therefore, when we talk about Agenda 2063, or when we talk about the Africa we want, every one of us who's involved in some way or another in the development of Africa's human capital through education and training, we have a role to play. So we gather here as people who are contributing towards the Africa we want. In the same manner, when we look at our National Development Plan, we can see that it dovetails very well with the Africa 2063, in that its main aim is to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030. Some of the ways South Africa can realize these goals is by drawing on the energies of its people. It's by building capabilities. It's by promoting leadership and partnerships throughout society. let me repeat, is by promoting leadership and partnerships throughout society. One of the strengths of our constitutional democracy is our excellently articulated regulations and policies. And within the post-school education and training sector, a white paper on post-school education and training was promulgated in 2013. And the main aim of the particular paper are as follows. I just want to remind us, I believe all of us know them. But they are to build a post-school system that can assist in building a fair, equitable, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. The second objective is to build a single coordinated post-school education and training system. The third one is to expand access, to improve quality, and to increase diversity of provision. And I'm sure you have heard from Mr. Zoteti and Dr. Nhlapho when they spoke about the significance of expanding access of higher education, particularly in this area. And the fourth one speaks to a stronger and more cooperative relationship between education and training institutions and the workplace. Mr. Zoteti also touched on this. And the last one is to build a post-school education and training system that is responsive to the needs of individual citizens, that is responsive to the needs of employers in both the public and private sectors, as well as to broaden societal and developmental objectives. And driven mainly by the objective to build a single, coordinated and post-school education and training system, UNISA Midlands region, and by the way, let me just indicate, Midlands region covers 3 provinces, that is the Northwest, the Northern Cape, as well as the Free State. We looked at one of these objectives, which is to build a single coordinated and post-school education training system. And we said we're going to start engaging with colleagues in the sector. We started in 2014, we started the work in the Northwest Province, and we held seminars for over 3 or 4 years with Orbit TVET College under the broad theme of articulation. And when we completed the work in the Northwest Province, we moved to the Northern Cape, where together with other colleagues in the sector, we established what we call the Northern Cape Post-School Education and Training Forum. There we worked together with basically all participants or all institutions within the sector. And that includes the TVET colleges, SPU, that is Solplaki University, the CET, the provincial CET, the CETAs, and we were blessed to also work with the provincial office or the office of the premier. And the discussions in that 5 years were under the broad theme of skills development. And we were really honored to have the support of the Premier of the Northern Cape, Dr. Zamani Sol. And the discussions that happened produced reports that were presented in the Northern Cape Skills Development Forum, the Provincial Skills Development Forum. And such inputs were considered in the development of the Provincial Skills Development Strategy. And now, as we move, we prepared ourselves to exit the Northern Cape and to enter the Free State. We started, of course, our conversations with our colleagues from Maluti TVET College, and they always welcomed us. By the way, we've worked with this college for a long time. Every time we needed to reach our students in these rural areas, we utilized their facilities, and they were always available to support us. So when we came up with the idea of hosting a joint seminar, they were really open to the idea. And this is why we see ourselves here today in the inaugural joint seminar between UNISA Midlands Region and Maluti TVET College. And in this particular seminar, we of course are going to work over a period of 5 years or more. And what we have seen, I believe, and also the previous speakers have indicated, is the broad theme that we will be speaking on through the 5 years. And it is harnessing education, training, and technology for rural economic development, a pathway to transformation. And of course, we are cognizant of the era that we live in, which is, some of us will say we are in the 4th Industrial Revolution, others say we are in the 5th Industrial Revolution. But we're also cognizant of the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment we operate in. And we're also cognizant of the use of AI, the use of social media, the use of other online platforms in the education space. And so that is why, as the organizing committee, we considered all these factors, and we thought that we should, for this year, speak about enhancing teaching and learning in the higher education space during a digital era. When we look carefully at both Agenda 2063 and we look at the National Development Plan, we see the pivotal role that digital transformation, that technology, that innovation play in driving sustainable and inclusive economic development. And therefore, without connecting these three concepts, that is education, training, and technology, we may not be able to build a single integrated PSET system that is coordinated and that can expand access to higher education. We know we cannot scale, we cannot achieve scalability if we do not utilize technology. But as well, if we do not partner, we will not be able to build a single coordinated system that can expand access for quality higher education. This is a need in this country if we are to reduce inequality and to eradicate poverty. And I believe that all of us know that without a quality higher education training, poverty and inequality, as I said, will persist in this country. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I invite all of us to join the discussions that are set to take place in this chambers today. We are blessed to be here today and tomorrow, of course. Furthermore, I urge all of us to rekindle the powerful role that we each play in the development, not only of South Africa, not only of the SADC region, but also the development of Africa, our continent. Colleagues, I invite us to open our doors for partnerships and collaborations. Amongst us are opportunities that are lying dormant, opportunities for joint research projects, opportunities for work integrated learning for our students, opportunities for community outreach and engagement projects. There are opportunities for exchange programs, for skills development, and many others. And by the way, these opportunities, for them to be impactful and transformative and to contribute towards the national development goals and the Africa we want, they must be explored across and outside the PSET sector. So this means there needs to be partnerships and collaborations, not just amongst universities, but with the TVET colleges, with the CETs, with the CETAs. These opportunities for them to be impactful, they must be explored across and outside the country. We need to move beyond the comfort of just working around building a successful South Africa. We need to start moving towards not just impacting and building a successful SADC. We need to be thinking about Africa, our continent. So ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join hands as we uphold the motto of our country, which literally translates, diverse people unite. The broad purpose of this seminar, of course, we'll be talking about education, we'll be talking about transformation, we'll be talking about the use of technology. But the broad purpose of this seminar is to unite diverse stakeholders as we build an expanded and effective and an integrated post-school system that directly contributes towards eliminating poverty, that directly contributes towards reducing inequality and building the Africa we want. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mebu Pape, for providing an insightful overview of the seminar's objectives. Really, this was a mouthful. In fact, you touched on many things. And what stood for me is when you say, when we unite the diverse stakeholders, and when you invite as many stakeholders as possible to join in, to work together, to uplift the education of our people. So thank you very much, Mepape, for that. Next, we will hear from Mr. T. Ramika, the CEO of National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa. Mr. Ramika will share his insights on scaling digital skills for a future-ready workforce, strategies for inclusive, innovative, and curriculum transformation in South Africa. I would ask our ITC to assist us with the bio. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Mr. Ramita needs to, yeah, she is not yet connected, but we'll give him a chance when he's ready. I'm told that now maybe I should continue with another speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, bridging the digital divide, inclusive digital transformation strategies for online and blended learning in marginalized communities. Let's warmly welcome Professor S. Ngubane, our head of department of the Institute of Open Distance Learning at the College of Education in UNISA. Welcome warmly, Professor Ngubane.
Is currently heading the Institute for Open and Distance Learning at the University of South Africa, which does open and distance learning research, capacity building, and leads stakeholder relationships both internally and externally. She is an advocacy and knowledge generation and dissemination program director at the African Council for Distance Education, ACDE, which advocates for the use of the open and distance e-learning mode for the achievement of equitable access to education. She is also a National Research Foundation C2 rated researcher doing research, community engagement, and mentorship on digital access for students and employees with disabilities, incarcerated students, and women in open and distance learning contexts. She is also the former president of the Distance Education Associations in Southern Africa, DEASA, Deputy President of the UNISA Women's Forum, Deputy Director at the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities, and the Curriculum Transformation Specialist in the Curriculum Transformation Unit, focusing on transforming curriculum design and delivery for inclusion. She has supervised and co-supervised postgraduate students with a special effort to increase PhD holders from marginalized communities as part of the National Development Plan 2030. In addition, Professor Ngubane leads cross-border collaborative research and community engagement projects aiming to create digitally inclusive approaches for the sustainable development of vulnerable communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Professor Sindile Ngubane.
Good morning, colleagues. Dumelang. You are not going to sleep on me, Dumelang. As they're reading the bio, this is very professional, but I'm thinking, my goodness, it sounds as if I'm dead already. Yes, thank you so much. First, let me write on the protocol that our MC has mentioned. And I'm very humbled. When Ms. Popape was speaking, I actually smiled because we've been moving around in these different parts of the Midlands region to provide research support. And I must say, Tate Kokong has been supportive of our efforts as the Institute. And we have actually managed to create doctors from this region that have actually climbed in different roles at different universities. And I'm sure if you've heard my bio, you know I'm very passionate about mentorship, about growth. And part of being inclusive is also ensuring that you are not just talking inclusivity, but you are actioning it through making sure that people are growing and becoming part of the strategic positions within different universities. So I thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm very much humbled to be part of this initiative. I was asked to actually talk about digital transformation strategies. And I thought, let me add vocational, and you'll understand why. We have been doing a lot of educational work. And I think when apartheid stopped, we actually diverted or sort of changed our focus. Of course, because of our political history, we thought that vocational skills were of less importance. And now we can see the impact of that wrong decision is that when I have a problem at home, who do I call? It's Uncle Pete. He comes in and the call-out fee is 500 Rand or 700 Rand, depending where you live. That's just the call-out fee. And then he comes with Uncle Ntate Mofokeng and so, who are going to be the plumbers who are going to do the work. But they don't get paid as much as he gets. Now, don't rush to say there's something wrong with that. We did that by not focusing on vocational skills. We did that to ourselves. When everybody thought that everyone must do academic focusing, like go to university, people are sitting at home with degrees that can't help them in any way. Therefore, I'm happy that UNISA has partnered with TVET colleges, because whether you like it or not, vocational education is the future. It's about skills that when somebody, before even they finish their course, they are able to have a proper livelihood. They have a skill in their hand. As Africans, I'm from a village, and I was only told when I got to these towns that I'm poor. I had never known that I was poor. Why? Because there was a garden at home. We woke up, we would go and pull out a carrot from the garden and chew and carry on with work. And you were full in your stomach. So again, thank you so much for this partnership. And I'm hoping that people will actually go back to prioritizing vocational skills, because that is where life is. Now, the issue of Africa is that we should be very proud. Africa is a young population. When you go to the European countries, you'll find that most of maybe the youngest person that you'll find there will be about in their 40s. They don't have kids. Of course, because for them, priority is about different things that we are not focusing on. So what does that mean is that we should make sure that our young population is well-skilled and ready to run a proper running oil machine. And in doing that, part of being inclusive is that we stop thinking race. Let's think sustainability, because at the end of the day, we all live in this country. We all live in South Africa. We all live in the African region. So when you are thinking, how do we survive? We all should be thinking together. And then obviously there will be contextual sort of approaches, because there is no way that I will think like someone who lives in Bryanston. I'm from a village and my approaches are totally different. Then we again go to thinking critically about our use of digital technologies in different spaces. And I was glad when Ms. Popape mentioned that TVET colleges have been actually the spaces where our rural students from UNISA have been going in and actually getting their enablement. So we should then move on with thinking that vocational education and training is the central point for employability, but also for self-employment. If we are still waiting for government to employ people, then we are dreaming. You look at people that are from outside South Africa, they come here with sometimes nothing. And simply because they can repair a shoe, the next thing they'll be having a shop selling shoes. And we say they are taking our jobs. The truth is, when you go into the other African countries, long ago, their focus has been skills in their hands. So even the highly skilled engineer does not think sitting in the office. They are thinking, what can I make and what can I sell? And I'm hoping that part of the resolutions of this conference are going to, or this seminar, are going to be, what can we do? Do we come up with the innovation hub where we are going to look at the gap within this region and say, what can we make? When you look at the former stands, the Bantu stands, there were things that they were producing. There were factories. I was young, but I know that there were factories that time. What were those factories producing? I'm sure they were responding to something. Let's think again and say, what are the gaps? What can we produce? And then we go up in the different educational setup and think this TVET college is going to focus on producing this. This one is going to focus on producing this. Then we start having a chain of production, just like when you go to China. You see different chains, and at the end, there's a product. Then again, without inclusive digital access, marginalized youth may actually be left behind. And I laugh when I think about this, because UNISA is actually one of the culprits. We are actually having a highest number of students that have been said to be plagiarizing and, the whole thing of academic dishonesty, simply because they are using AI. Yes, there are those that are doing it deliberately because they don't do their assignments. But the truth is that we also have not known how to use AI for teaching and assessment purposes. And therefore, the particular sort of flags or indicators that we've put are punitive. They are not developmental. So therefore, when you are being inclusive in your digital approach, you first think development. You're not thinking punishment. And that's what we are doing now. In the process of thinking that we are punishing students, our completion rates are going down. We are actually affecting the very same people that you are supposed to be enabling and protecting, the black students. I'm sorry to say this. Because if you asked any other race how to use AI, not that they don't do the other stuff, but they know how to do it in a way that they cannot be caught. It's only our people that don't know, and then they get caught. Yes, I work, my team is very diverse in the office. And they'll tell you, no, Prof, bring this like this. You know what, it can do it like, but this is how you do it so that it doesn't show. You see? So the question is, how are we training our students to use AI in the correct way? Because AI will not go anywhere. Then again, you know very well because you are in the space. It's about trade, it's about technical skills, it's about applied skills. And I keep saying this. Now, I'm someone that works within, the community of people with disabilities, incarcerated communities, and even the displaced. Now, when you say displaced, it's two. It could be refugees from other countries, and these refugees, remember, some of them will come in because of political reasons, so you can't send them away, because if you've been to Congo, you'll see that they have nowhere else to go. There's nothing to do there. There's war. So since they are already here, the question is then, how do you give skills that will enhance our goal as South African instead of looking at them as people that should not be here? Then secondly, amongst the displaced communities, there are those that could be coming from maybe Guyana, and they find themselves in KZN. And the only language maybe they speak is Xitsonga. Now, how do you use technology to allow those children to be able to survive in a totally different province where there's a totally different way of doing things without them losing their confidence as Batsonga, but also their confidence as South Africans and as Africans, while also adapting to the educational structure of that particular place? Then, of course, we then need to think about how do we use digital transformation and apply it for teaching, learning, assessment, student support, and of course, administration. It's fascinating how when you talk to UNISA students, or even all students, even at TVET, you ask them, how do you get this? We take it for granted that all students know how to apply for funding, how to do this, how to do that. It's not true. So we need to actually approach students as if they know nothing within our system. And because I did communication, I'll tell you this, there is no shame in repeating and repeating again and again your support systems and support sort of provisions to the students, so that they will say, yo, we are tired now, we've had, we've applied, and now we have it stopped, now it's okay. But the fascinating thing is that you cannot stop, because remember, you keep on getting a new cohort. So as long as you have information that needs to enable students, then you need to keep on repeating, so that as administrators of universities, you should not be guilty that you didn't tell students about your support mechanisms. Then, of course, inclusion mainly is about access, it's about participation, it's about equity, and of course, relevance to marginalized communities. Now, the interesting thing about South Africa is that you'll have those that are rural. Then you'll have that are rural within urban areas. Because remember, we are a very, very unequal society. So let's not assume that because we are in Joburg, everyone there is not rural. You have some of us that are still speaking Zulu English, yet we are right in the middle of Pretoria. So when we are approaching this, let's not think that rural is only outside, but it's also about the mindset. It's about whether someone can see what you are trying to do. Then, of course, those with low income, the women and persons with disabilities. And let me tell you, I will dare tell you this, even boys. Because when we started with the whole thing of women this, women, girl child, this and that, we've left the boy child behind. And that's why when we go to graduations, who are the biggest number? It's girls. And I would think that as Africans, I ascribe to the Ubuntu philosophy. You cannot have an African community that is elevating a woman only and leaving the man behind. Because this is what is going to happen. You'll have broken family structures where the men now cannot take care of their families. And I'm not talking about marriage only, even just their own families, their mothers, their fathers, and what. And then they are emasculated and women are there. And then there is no unity because these ones now are lowest. So we are actually repeating exactly what happened before of women being taken for granted. So I dare to say that when you talk about inclusion, let's start including the boy child, so that we do not have to address the same problem in 20 years where we are saying, where are the boys? They are already left behind as it is. Then, of course, the barriers that you'll see when you look at the digital arena, and of course, I put vocational, but generally it's there. It's the issue of infrastructure. We know very well in South Africa, we are having the issue of electricity. And guess what? Because our government and ourselves, I think we are just very good with being punitive. Even the people that have gone and got solar panels and all that, now they are being told to pay for them. What is this? You are not providing the system. People are trying to solve the problem. Now you are penalizing them for solving the problem. And I will say, if there are people that are lawyers and all these from the College of Law, these are the things that we should be addressing, to say, when we are talking equality and equity, why is it all, whatever that comes in tax is actually there to kill us instead of redressing? It's actually killing us. There are some of us who feel like we must just stop working because it's as if you are punished for actually going to school. So the question is, what is the legal fraternity doing to actually make sure that we are being inclusive and our equity is just and leading to sustainability? As time goes by, you'll see that the tax revenue is going to start getting lower and lower because people are now opting to stop working, because they've seen, if you're not working, you have a business, as long as you don't have an ATM and people are paying cash, then you have money. It's as simple as that. So by doing this whole thing of not having enabling systems, actually now we are creating a situation where people are going to learn to be dishonest, because they've learned that those that are dishonest are actually getting richer. The issue of device access, the hardware is very costly. There's lack of the smart devices are there. That's what we see. But let me tell you, I work with the people with disabilities. When you look at assistive technologies, first, they are not made in Africa. They all come from the Western countries, and they are very costly. You ask anyone that is blind, how much is a JAWS machine? They'll tell you it's more than 45,000 rand. And that is not the main problem. When that machine breaks, it cannot even be repaired in South Africa. You have to wait for parts to come, I don't know from where. And we are sitting here saying we are innovative. What innovation are we talking about? If a simple machine that enables someone with a disability to work cannot be made in South Africa or in Africa generally, is it we are so stupid that we can't make a machine? There's something wrong with that. So the issue of devices is very serious. We need to sit down and say, what devices do we really need to enable learning? And who is producing them? We have departments of computing, departments of what? The whole CSET, the College of Science, Engineering and Technology is there. Colleagues, wake up. We should be looking at what can be produced so that then we are responding to this. Then the whole thing of ensuring that curriculum is well aligned in terms of local needs and job markets, and the issue, of course, of language and cultural mismatch. When you go into AI and you are asking someone that, no, we are Africanizing, can this AI speak Sepedi? Maybe it can't. It's not a problem. But are we creating the banks? So we are sitting there saying we are specialized in computer science and data, what, and this and that, but we are not creating the knowledge that will enable our languages actually to become part of the bigger space. So those issues. Then policy and funding gaps are there. Inclusion of learners with disabilities is often actually very inadequate. I'll tell you, the research that I do tells that we have policies, and I think at the beginning, sir, when our regional director was opening, he mentioned that we are very progressive about policies and strategies and all that. But I can tell you, research will tell you that in terms of implementation, we are really missing it. And I'm glad that the student leadership is here. Student leadership, you are here. Where are those with disabilities in your space? Is it because they are not capable of leading? Are you saying that because you have a disability, you are also unable or unable to lead? So let's actually relook our mindset. We rethink our approaches to how we do things. You cannot be inclusive if you are still thinking that you are the main cherry on the cake. You are only inclusive when you start looking around and saying, where are the women? Where are the men? Where is someone who's blind? Where is that one who's deaf? Where is that one on a wheelchair? Where is one who has dyslexia? Where is this one? You need to ask these questions, including even asking, where are the white people? We need to ask that question. Otherwise, you are not inclusive. Then, of course, research highlights the issue of, looking at TVET lecturers and their digital competences to say that they should be ready to actually use all the technologies for teaching and learning purposes. And of course, while doing that, there's a need for research to ensure that you share. I work a lot in the African region, and I'll tell you, whatever research, colleagues, that you do, it informs the colleagues in other African regions. We are a power sort of house as South Africa. But it cannot be that when you are talking about, let's say, digital capabilities, there's no one who's citing someone from South Africa. That's a disservice. There's something wrong. Because we are big and we have big research institutes The fact that we have HSRC, we have CSIR, we have all these big research engines means that we should be actually churning out the data that will inform governments on how to do certain things. So let's wake up and do relevant research. Then you have digital literacy capabilities within the TVET sector. And who's leading there is Kenya, because they are looking at the future of work. They are not talking about who abused us last year and in 1970 what and what. I'm not saying there's something wrong with our history or we shouldn't talk about it, but let's not get bogged down by what happened and forget about where we are going, what we want to see happening. Because it will be actually an indictment on us when we are old people and our grandchildren are asking, so Wena, what did you do? You are telling us Mandela did this and Sisulu did this and Bigo, Wena, what did you do? What are you going to say? You are complaining. So let's wake up. Then we need again to look at our African insights, of course, and look at the UNESCO, their different documents, the African protocol, and remember, as South Africa and other African countries, we've ratified into the UN conventions. And when you ratify, you are committing yourself that you are going to ensure that there's equality and there's protection of human rights. And within the UN instruments, there's the right to development and right to education for everyone. Now, people like to just talk about, hey, leave no one behind. Wait. People like to talk about SDG 4. SDG 4, 4 point what? Which one are you actually standing on? So don't try to sound all relevant. Go into the SDGs and zoom into the SDG that you are addressing and start reporting on it actively. And because this is a partnership amongst yourselves, because then it stops the whole thing of silos where I ask the question, you are asking it also, you are, and then at the end of the day, it's like, who's right here? So let's talk to each other. If you are doing research, you are coming up with interventions, shares, and you look at other people and how they are using those particular, our PhD students, we say, we want what is novel. What did you create? New, isn't it? Now, all the models and the guidelines that they create, are they being used? Or they are just sleeping in the library because someone has a red gown? There's a problem. Then the issue of course, when you are doing this work, there are frameworks that we work within, and I would suggest that let's look at the TPEC model because it actually guides you on how to use digital affordances. Then, of course, look at the capability approach, which is proposed by SEN, where it focuses on learners and how they are able, enabled. Then, when you are looking at disability, and it's not just disability, women, this and this and that. The universal design for learning is quite important because it then it actually allows us to make our digital platforms accessible. It doesn't help that you create all these things and as soon as a blind person clicks, they cannot hear what is on your website. So the universal design for learning will teach you how to do that. Then, of course, the policy frameworks. Someone needs to tell me how many minutes I have. I talk too much. Yeah. Then, of course, the critical point is that in the higher education space, remember, and I think mostly in the TVET sector or in the vocational skills, we have people that are experts in their field. The person could be an engineer. The person could be whatever it is, but they are not trained in pedagogy. They don't know how to teach. And that will have an impact on whether the skills that you are trying to impart are actually acquired by the learner. So let's pay attention on how we prepare our teachers, our trainers, and how we actually even prepare our learners so that when they come out with that particular qualification, then they can use the skill. It's not like, have you seen these people who say, I have a driver's license, but I can't drive? Very fascinating people. They live and apply for a job, saying they have a license. Then when you say, can you please fetch this for me? Prof, yazini. I'm going to call comrade there. Then you are like, wait, but comrade is not employed here. All of a sudden, there's a mandate that comes up, and then you are thinking, but the insurance doesn't cover the comrade that is going to drive you, while you said you have a driver's license. So it's the same scenario that you have where people are coming into the teaching space, but they are not ready to learn how to teach, how to support students, and how to assess. And this has an impact on the student because the student could actually be giving you what you want, but you don't even see it because you are looking at a memo. If I asked, what color is this? If they don't say blue, no, they are wrong. You know? So we need to actually prepare ourselves to know how to teach and how to prepare our learners for high order thinking, for how to use their critical skills, for how to even, we normally do these workshops where we have M&D students, masters and doctoral students, and let me tell you, we teach them how to critique, where they will present, one will present and the other one will have to say what is wrong. Is that a good problem statement? And this and that. And I can tell you, when you do that, you are teaching them to be scholars. So it's the same thing. You can't have a teacher that is teaching when they cannot teach because it affects the learner. And it's worse now when the learner is marginalized because it means, I remember when I was at university at UKZN, there's this professor, Professor Alan Amory, who said, Sindile, don't worry about English. As long as I can hear the main idea of what you are trying to say, technology will take care of the rest. That time, there was already Grammarly at UKZN to assist with academic writing. So what did that do is that I forgot thinking about, my English is not good, which can actually limit your thinking when you are thinking, I don't know this. You see, as soon as Prof said, forget about English, just say what you want to say, I will be able to deduce if you understood what I said. And I am here because of someone who said English is not an indication of your intelligence. How many of us think like that? As soon as the assignment misses a comma, we start putting red ink. We are not looking at what the student is saying. We are worried about commas and sentences that are too long, and yet we say, we are here to do social justice. What is the social justice mandate? Because we know our students are second language speakers. Some of them are third language speakers. So why are you judging them as if they are doing English studies? They are not measuring in English. And now there are many technological tools and softwares that will help to edit that assignment at the end of the day. I'm not saying they shouldn't learn, but I'm saying don't kill the spirit of the student by focusing on something that you yourself have taken years to master. So building digital literacy for learners is not just basic IT, but it's about application, it's about safety, it's about digital problem solving. And again, the issue of peer mentoring. Let's allow our students to have professional learning communities where they learn to support each other. And of course, the big issue, and I think Ms. Mopape mentioned it, where we are looking at now alternative ways of actually qualifying. It can't be that someone does 3 years and then somewhere maybe when they're just about to finish, maybe their mother passes away, they are remaining with 2 modules and then we can't give them anything. They've finished the other modules. Is there maybe a badge that they can get, that they can use to go and work because they have acquired some knowledge? And then once they actually sort themselves out psychologically, then they can come back and finish the other 2 modules that are missing. We are having a big issue of learners. You remember the issue of phasing out of qualifications? What are we doing about that, regional directors? Students are sitting because qualifications were phased out, and no one is giving a solution. And someone has done all the other pack of modules simply because we are talking about recognition of prior learning, mutual recognition of qualifications, articulation. We talk about these things as student support, being students centered. We talk about them, but at what level do we sit down and say this is where we apply them? This student is phased out. Do we give them a portfolio so that in the next graduation they are in? Or do we just keep on passing the email until the student is lost hope? So part of being UNISA and part of being a Maluti TVET and other TVET colleges and other universities at large is that we are here to give hope to our learners. We cannot have learners that have lost hope because we are not supporting them. When it happens that something lands on your desk, I'm that person. If you look at my email, you'll think I work as a student advisor. Because it's like, Prof. Ngubane, I'm having this problem, this and this and this. And those that know, I will call. Ntate Mbodi, please, Korombi, can you please do this for me? How do we do this? We say we are networking, but when it comes to students, we forget that we are a network. If there's a problem and you don't know how to solve it, ask Ntate Korombi. There's Dr. Thabo, send him a message. Can you help with this? And at the end of the email, say it. If you didn't manage to resolve it, please return it to me so that I can try somewhere else. Don't leave the students hanging. Then, of course, we need to ensure relevance and the issue of accessibility. So we need to align curricula to emerging skills demand, ensuring that we are not just teaching for the sake of teaching. We are not just, people must just not be in our classes and not be able to do something for themselves. And this, of course, talks to entrepreneurship. We are fascinated about this thing of being disciplines and being colleges. There's even a competition. The school of what? The school of what? And as if we are not one university. So at what level do we say the person who has done law needs to know how to be an entrepreneur in case they open their own business? At what level do we say even a teacher needs to know how to run a business? Because in case there is no teaching job, they can open a tuition center at home and help with homework and charge people. So when are we going to start thinking making money and stop thinking employment? So we use blended and online models, while we're adapting them to local constraints. We can't be thinking as if we're a first world country. If this is not there, I can't do it. Oh, I can't do it. If things are not there, we need to think like, people in the military, there'll be nothing, but they'll be able to eat that day. They don't say there's nothing. They go around looking for leaves that are edible. And we have people in the rural communities that will sit there and say there's no food. But we grew up eating all them rojos. And now people are saying there's no food because there's no meat. Even the meat is there. We were eating rats. We knew which rats were to be eaten. I didn't know. My grandfather used to shoot them. I don't know where he got them. And he skinned them, and they were nice. I mean, I didn't even know some of them were rats. We ate locusts. We ate this and this and that. At what level do we talk about food security in a contextual manner? Let's not talk about food security by looking in the fridge. That's not where food is. Food is in the land. Then, of course, we look at the issue of local language and culturally relevant content. We have people that are highly respected for, they say when you go to Limpopo, this is going to happen, the thunder is going to happen. And so now my question is, when do we include that in the curriculum? The skill of making the rain come and using the lightning on the core wife. That is knowledge. We can't let such knowledge only be used for fighting for a man, guys. Come on. Like, these are big knowledges. So as we are going out looking for knowledge and creating knowledge systems, let's also look at how do we leverage on what is called the, African-based knowledge systems. And I know that because we are used to it being witchcraft or whatever it is. In Zambia, I think there's a degree on witchcraft. That's how advanced they are. Yes. Why are you excited about, who's that one? The British Harry Potter. Why are you excited about Harry Potter? That is witchcraft. So when it's your gogo, it becomes evil. But when it's Harry Potter, it's not good. So when we are being inclusive in the content and knowledge generation, we should be innovative. Go to the gogo there and say, Gogo, you remember there was that lady that was troubling you and you sorted her out. What did you do? So let's look at this. Then at the end of the day, we'll have digital skills and digital citizens that are able to do things. At the end of the day, I'll be fascinated if Gogo can give those skills to the young people when they go for jobs. They just enter there and they look at the panel. And the panel says, yes, you are in. Don't we need that? We need such. Let's use these skills for such things. You know, Gogo, these Gogo skills should go in and go, and then corruption stops. Let's challenge the Gogos with these skills to say, man, we are having a problem. This person is troubling us. They are not leading the country properly. Can you sort them out, man? You know? Yeah. Anyway, that is the funny part of me, but I'm being serious. So the special focus then is gender, disability, rurality, and youth at risk. And I'll dare to say that youth at the moment are at risk. When you go into any part of this country during the day, the youth are just roaming around. And I'll tell you, it bothers me. And if it doesn't bother someone else, then there's a problem. Because it tells us that there's no future if young people have nothing to do. And therefore, even those that had decided that they didn't want to be, I don't want to use the word promiscuous, but they decided that they don't want to get involved as yet. As they keep on getting bored, they end up also getting involved because, they're bored, guys. And some of them, it's not just that. You'll find that there's no food or whatever it is, and then there's someone who's proposing that they can bring groceries, for a service. We are going to condemn people who do that, but let's go back to the source. What is it that we are not doing to enable people to help themselves so that they end up living from a moral compass and having to get where they are dealing with mouth to stomach issues? Of course, policy and legal frameworks that ensure the issue of vocational access is quite important. And I'll tell you that we have published with Professor Begi Khoza, where we did some work at the TVET colleges in KZN. And I'll tell you that the problem to TVET access, when you are designing the vocational space, you cannot design it for someone that is either of a certain body structure. Because what's going to happen is that all of a sudden, forget even the wheelchair, there'll be someone that is even shorter than me. They'll be here. And they need to use the lab. Now, all the labs, do you remember where the tables are? Even I'm short when you go to the lab. And you cannot handle any lab equipment when you are standing on something because it's an issue of safety. So when we are designing vocational spaces, are we thinking of adjustable equipments that when you click it can go down and go up? Are we thinking big? Are we thinking small? What are we thinking? Or do we just think the same thing that we do with toilets? There are certain toilets when you get there, you actually have to almost like you are climbing on top. Because the toilet seat is so high that you are thinking, Haibo, is it some test of some sort? So the people that are designing spaces for learning, including the bathrooms and these rooms that we are sitting at, should actually test with a person with a disability, all kinds of disability. Because when our learners come in, we can't say, we know that they are going to be blind or we know they are going to be like this. So when we are designing spaces, let's call different disabilities and say, how would you use this? How would you use that? So that at the end of the day, we are truly inclusive. Don't tell me about SDG 4, when even your business analyst does not talk to people with disabilities. They sit there and design with you. We want this and this and this and that, and you've not called people with disabilities. Then, of course, inclusive digital design is critical. You have to make sure that your content is accessible, and that is through using alt text, captions for those that have a hearing impairment, and then, of course, think about offline for low bandwidth. Before, I think UNISA had like offline connection that where students could do their work, and then when they go back online, it will go back. And that is very useful for students that are in prison because they can't be on the internet throughout. And guess what? Same thing for those people who are in the rural areas. And for me, who sometimes run short of data. Not because you are in town, you always have data. As I go towards the end, so we need to look at making sure that models that work in low resource settings, that's why I mentioned the military. We need to talk to the military wings and see how they can make do with the bare necessities. Because in the truth, we are not a rich country. So if we can adopt that mindset, you'll see people will stop thinking that they are poor because they'll be able to do anything anyway. Then, of course, combining online modules with in-person workshops or labs and ensuring that people leave our spaces when they know exactly what needs to be done. And if it means that you must put them on a deep end and ask them questions that are the most difficult so that you see if they can think quickly and if they can think very, like in a very challenging setup, let's do that because that is how you teach learning. Otherwise, if everything is smooth sailing, okay, now you do this and then you do that, then you are not training anyone in that way. So use of local vocational centers, and this, of course, talks to partnerships and offline hybrid sources and flexible scheduling to accommodate students with family and students, of course, that are working. And of course, for us, it's natural because we are UNISA. But I can tell you that even in the TVET space, some people are working at checkers, and then they come to class. So how do you accommodate them? And that is by being realistic, that there are people that are working that are still our students. So then what do you watch out for? The digital interventions must be benefiting those, that are in the inequality bracket, and of course ensure that there's outcomes, and then look at making sure that whatever we are doing is sustainable. And that's why I said the future, not the past. Let's leave the past to the historians. They're actually documenting it very well, such that if we want to use the history, we can then go and say, this is the history, and ask AI, this is the history. How do we convert this to make sustainable futures? You can ask AI, they'll tell you. So that this never happens again, let's do this. Then you can sit down and discuss it to contextualize it, and there, boom, it's done. I see Dr. Chetty here. I'm hoping that he brought Loazi to tell us how to do these things. Because we have Loazi at UNISA, the robot who tells us that, no, man, this guy is not good for you. Don't marry him. That's the level we are at, If you have a lady that you want to marry, just contact Dr. Chetty. Loazi is going to do an analysis. I'm joking. But I think, Dr. Chetty, we must get there where Loazi must assess these people and see if they are emotionally stable. Remember, when you are dealing with people, we don't focus on the emotional stability. And then, boom, we are stuck with someone who's cuckoos. So sustainability, the cost of maintaining infrastructure is critical. And that's why I talked about the issue of assistive devices, that our technical people should be ready to maintain anything within the university. That includes the whole thing, by the way, colleagues, of having apps that are from whatever country. The whole HR is managed by things that are not from South Africa. We are paying billions just for payroll. Now my question is, how sustainable is that? When everything that you do in your systems, including government, is from I don't know whatever country. Someone was telling me in one of the countries, I think you know about Ibrahim Traore, who decided that no more, I'm not attaching to France. You know, I want to make sure that everything is locally brewed. That is where we should be going. Why are we scared when all of a sudden we are told that investors are it's fine, you can have investors, but remember, we lived before without anybody giving us anything. And we were sustainable, though, of course, it was in a wrong political setup. But the truth is that we need to sit down and say, what do we have first? Then we can determine what is it that we are lacking. We cannot go in with a lacking mindset already. That's why we'll always be messed up. And once you have a lacking mindset, then there's no sustainability. So the issue of quality assurance needs to be paid attention to. And that is, of course, because we are talking about teaching and learning, we should be thinking that all the online spaces should be pedagogically sound. You know about the POPI Act. I always laugh about the POPI Act because we are fascinated about protecting data. And I've always asked, how do you provide support to students when you cannot access information of those students? Of course, it's done to protect, but sometimes we need to sit down and say at what level and how ethical should we be to be able to reach our students when things are tough. So resistance to change, teacher workload is serious, and then digital fatigue. And this one, I want to flag it, colleagues. Most of you are managers. Who said you should just book a meeting without consulting if people are available? We are sitting in 3 meetings at once. And it's the same thing that you are doing to students. You are scheduling, online classes, you are scheduling this. Some students, remember our students, some of them are working. Then you start saying students don't attend. Did you consult them and say, what time is the most relevant for us to meet? That is a basic principle of communication. We are sitting here, there could be people attending meetings and they put them on mute. Because if their name is not seen on that meeting, list, they'll be in trouble. So you have this manager wanting you to attend a meeting at 9, the other one wants you at 9. What are you creating? We'll end up having, I can tell you this, in the future, there'll be a new illness. I don't know what it's going to be. But we are doing it in the name of what? What do you call it, women? Multi what? What do you say? Yeah, you call it multitasking. There's nothing like that. So allow me to say part of avoiding digital fatigue and being inclusive, because when people are working, allow them to fully apply themselves. Don't ask for 10% of a brain there and 5% there and there and there. It's not fair. So I'm requesting that as management generally, let's relook the issue of how do we schedule things and make sure that if it means that we are delegating people that should be there. Some people are even attending meetings they shouldn't even be attending, simply because they are scared of being fired. Yet they could be productive and supporting students. Then what should be done as we go to the end? Let's develop national frameworks. And these are not just for keeping in one, when you are developing a framework, because I'm from also curriculum studies, you don't need to have a long thing. 1 page, succinct. It's going to be like this, and it's going to be like that. And if this doesn't work, we are going to do like this and that. Things that are workable. Develop a framework for digital vocational learning that promotes inclusivity of people with disabilities, those that have different challenges, and we see. Because at the end of the day, when we are doing status, we are doing the check, of how far we are in terms of, the quotas. We are checking how far we are in terms of inclusivity. I'll tell you this, in South Africa, we are struggling. The target was 7%. I think now we are not even at 2%. And even that 2%, if it's there, it's because people are cheating the system. There's one lady who was telling me from a SITA. She says, no. What we are doing now is we just go to a school and we give them laptops. That's not inclusion. That's not inclusion. Then they write it down as they've supported a school for children with special needs. That is cheating a system. So you are increasing the percentage of inclusion when you are actually not including anyone. You are just dumping laptops and you leave. And I can tell you, those laptops don't even go to the students. It's either they are in the storeroom or you know who's using them. If it's not the teachers, then it's the school governing body. But it's written as inclusion. So let's invest in instructor training and support, ensure affordable and reliable access to devices and connectivity. And I'm glad that the TVET colleges are opening for our students because we are African. Let's open for people to use. And if it means that you should partner in paying for that, let's do that. Then design curriculum and content with learners' contexts in mind. Then build blended and flexible modes and ensure robust monitoring and feedback loops. And this is about talking to students. Nothing about us without us. That is a slogan we use in the disability sector, but it applies everywhere. Don't talk about you being student-centered and you don't even know your students. That is cheating the system. Then, of course, the long-term benefits and vision, we'll have improved employability, there'll be job creation from our own people, and then there'll be entrepreneurship, and there'll be greater socio-economic inclusion and mobility. We need to get people that are actually ready to go anywhere. It can't be that I'm like, I'm from KwaZulu-Natal, I can't go to Kwakwa. If there's a need in Kwakwa and I need to be here and set up something, I should be doing that so that I can create employment. And that at the end of the day, mentor a young person to be able to carry on and move to another place. That's how we should be thinking. The very same people that said they discovered South Africa, even though they were wrong because South Africa was here, the truth is there is growth in moving around, mobility. Sometimes you sit here thinking there's nothing. As soon as you cross over there, you see opportunity. So let's teach our young people to move and create structures. If it means it's through your church, do so. Because there's human trafficking. So don't send children without any kind of system that's going to protect them. The religious communities have been taken for granted. And the traditional communities. We need to strengthen those because they can actually become our security system for our young people when they move around. So that if someone is leaving Kwakwa, they know that they must go and report to the chief, in Northwest, to say we are sending a group of young people, they are coming to do this as the elders, take care of them. I'm sorry, I'm a villager. That's how I look at things. That way, you won't have people that are disappearing because they are locked up in one church and busy massaging the pastor. So we are allowing these things because we are no longer networked as a community. When we are not networking at a community level, it's where people become vulnerable. And this massaging in these spaces does not only happen to girls. Even boys are being forced to massage. And nowadays, it's us older women that are forcing them to do the same. So things are getting out of hand because we don't have supportive systems for our young people to be able to learn in a safe space. Then, resilience is quite critical. Let's close the gaps across gender, disability, and region. And then ability to adapt to future shocks. Of course, we saw when there was a COVID-19, things were tough. So again, we need to think about technological disruption and say, how do we work around this? Because the sad thing about technology or digital spaces is that it's ever evolving. Now, the question is, when things change, what do we do with the old? Do we then chuck it away and then adopt this? What if it's still useful? So we need to actually look at the different generations of technology and look at how they can each still be relevant in supporting our students. We cannot be looking at smart what in a village where there is no smart things. Think about TV, think about telephone, think about things that were there before and see how you can use. So Africa's ability to leapfrog with digital and vocational skills is actually something that we cannot deny. Then digital vocational education must be inclusive by design and not as an afterthought. Whenever a person with a disability comes in any university, research will tell you, some lecturers have even said, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. How do you say that? I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Now, the funny thing is that, again, and this is to the College of Laws, to say in the other countries, when you put in policies and all these instruments that are supposed to promote inclusion, you then put consequence management. And what does that say? It gives the students with disabilities and all marginalized students to sue the university when they discriminate. I'm waiting for that. To say, at what point do we say we are not just going to be an afterthought for inclusion, but also we are going to take people to task and criminalize discrimination? Once that happens, then I'll know that you are serious about inclusion. So we combine the infrastructure, pedagogy, policy, and inclusion so that then we can realize inclusion as a reality. Action from all stakeholders is critical, and I'm happy that you are a collaboration, so you know what that means. The main thing about these collaborations is that you must have clearly outlined tasks and you have consistent, monitoring so that you know exactly if that particular collaboration is useful or is it not. Then for the sake of Africa's future generations, let's bridge the digital divide in vocational training and make sure that we treat that as an urgency. Thank you so much.
Hi. Yeah, ne. Manguba. Yeah, ready. Is there anyone else about Lumba a student Samangubani? Because I would really love to be her student. There are a lot of things that she has said. I can highlight few things. She talked about the importance of vocational skills, which is something that I think we missed the point when we became a One South Africa. We didn't do much on that, as she has said. And also the using of the AI in the correct manner, and then the issue of inclusion, access, participation, and equity. And also, something that also touched me was about enabling students. In other words, repeat interventions. I was just thinking that now. The other day we were saying, mobile, we were doing that in our region, mobile application and so on, and then we meet students that we have to, repeat and repeat again, and and so on. We felt like, we are not doing the right thing, but Ngubane is giving that we can continue that. So there's a lot that we can do. Okay. All right. No, I thought maybe we'll have a break because some people like us, the old men, sometimes we need to have to go to the bathroom a bit. But I'm told that now we can continue with Mr. Ramika. But thank you very much, Professor Ngubane. There's a lot that we need to talk about, and there is a lot that we have learned today, all of us, as a university and also as a TVET college and other stakeholders who are here, the teachers, the principals of schools, and so on. There's a lot that we have learned from Professor Nkumali. I go back in the match all out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I thought maybe we'll have a break, but now I think now they said we should give Mr. Ramitla. Next, we'll have to hear from Mr. Ramitla, the CEO of National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa. Mr. Ramitla will share his insights on scaling digital skills for a future-ready workforce, strategies for inclusive innovation, and curriculum transformation in South Africa. ICT, do we have? Okay.
Trevor Ramitla. Trevor Ramitla is a seasoned executive with over 23 years of experience in talent development and strategic leadership. He currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa, also known as NEMISA. Prior to joining NEMISA, Trevor held several high-level positions, including CEO of Bengsita and Executive Manager, Strategic Support at CATHS SITA. He also served as Managing Director at Case Global Partners and Senior Manager, Group Learning and Development at Nedbank. Trevor's governance and advisory experience includes serving as chairperson of the Communications and Information Sector Committee at the UNESCO National Commission. He has also been a board member of Microfinance South Africa, Bataung Development Agency, Investors in People South Africa, the Institute of Bankers in South Africa, Leselo Examination Body, and the Advisory Board of the National Peace Accord Trust. He actively contributes to national policy through his participation in the National Advisory Council on Innovation, focusing on regulation and policy for artificial intelligence. Trevor holds a Master's of Business Leadership (MBL) degree and is currently pursuing a PhD in Management at the Center for Economic and Management Sciences at the University of South Africa. He has both local and international experience in delivering large-scale skills development programs, including initiatives in digital and creative media skills and executive education. His professional ambition is to advance digital skills development across all levels, thereby enhancing the capability of South Africa's public and private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Trevor Ramitla.
Over to you, Mr. Ramitla.
Oh, thank you very much for the. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the. I hope that you can see me. I'm in a hotel in Cape Town. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Thank you very much, and I'll switch off my camera and start sharing. Yes. I hope that you can see my screen. Somebody give me an indication.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are. One good.
Okay, so I'll just proceed with the
Yes, we can proceed.
Okay, it looks like there's a lag in my voice reaching you, but I will proceed with the presentation anyway. It's titled Scaling Digital Skills for a Future-Ready Workforce, Strategies for Inclusive Innovation and Curriculum Transformation in South Africa. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the invitation. I really wished to be there in person. However, I struggled with that because I struggled with that because I had to travel to a G20 meeting, ministers meeting in Cape Town. I'm currently in Cape Town. And we also had an AI for Africa conference, which is continuing at the moment. And I had to step out to do the presentation. So please bear with me with the noise that may be in the background. However, I'll proceed with the presentation. Thank you. First, let me greet the principal and the guest speaker. Let me greet all colleagues and all protocol observed. As it was introduced, my name is Trevor Ramiko. I'm from MEMISA. And we are an entity of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. And our mandate, as you can see in the first slide, is to deliver training programs to supply needed digital and creative media skills in South Africa. So we do this nationally, and the Institute is also required to deliver training programs for the benefit of South Africa's citizens, the government, and various sectors in the economy. So we target youth, people with disabilities, women. We target in the main rural areas and township areas. So our vision is to become the leading provider of digital and creative media skills. And the impact statement is to really achieve accelerated use of digital technologies and improved quality of life in South Africa. We all know that we are confronted with major challenges in South Africa. I thought we should start with what are we solving for? You would know that we have the labor force survey that is released every quarter by Stats SA, and it indicates very high levels of unemployment for young people, and that is coupled with slow economic growth, skills mismatch, and inequalities stemming from gender, disability, and race. And this is just old stats. These numbers keep on rising. We were sitting at 45.5% at the time in terms of youth unemployment, and we're not seeing the end to this or reducing this. The second layer to the challenges that we're facing is the digital divide, which is so evident in the country. It is a function of many years of exclusion, of course, and of our population from economic opportunities and provision of, and the provision of relevant skills. So the third one is that while there's a lack of readily available ICT skills, there's a huge demand for this in such a way that there's rampant outsourcing and offshoring of digital jobs to other countries, which is so sad. So the issue of skills mismatch is a major issue for South Africa, in that we have so many opportunities, yet we do not have the right people to fill those opportunities. So our value proposition is that we drive scale, we deliver massified training programs to support accelerated adoption and the use of value-adding technologies and addressing significant skills shortages. We also drive access. We realize that our trainings or the training that we make available could not otherwise be easily accessible to somebody in a rural area. They would have to pay a lot of money for that. And also we strive for relevance and impact. to make sure that we are responsive to the labor market. And we focus in the main on entry-level skills. We align what we do with the MTDP, and it's what I would say the college is well aligned as well, but it should continuously monitor its interventions to make sure that it's aligned with the MTDP, which is the Medium-Term Development Plan of Government. This is a plan for the 7th administration, and it has 3 priorities, which is inclusive growth and job creation. It is reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living and building a capable and ethical developmental state. So the first one, which is about inclusive growth and job creation, we make sure that our programs, please excuse me, there's some noise in the place where I am. NEMISA's programs should contribute towards inclusion of more beneficiaries in the economy by improving conditions for employability through relevant skills, development interventions. And the second one, which is about reducing poverty, we're making sure that our training programs should enable transitions from learning to earning, so that people can see training adding value in their lives or changing their lives. The last one is that we are working with government to support the development of government employees, to contribute to building a state capacity at all levels. So we work with National School of Government in this regard and working towards delivering digital skills for the entire government. So in terms of ICT trends and digital skills development landscape, starting with what is in the middle in this slide, we see, in line with World Economic Forum reports, that big data, cloud computing, and AI feature highly on the likelihood of adoption, technologies to be adopted by either government or private sector. More than 75% of companies that were surveyed are looking to adopt these technologies in the next 5 years. And therefore, this talks to the skills needs that will align with it. Also, AI has become central to the ecosystem of new technologies. We hear about it every day, yet we have not really grasped exactly what is this. There's also massive ICT skills development initiative that is required to address these skills challenges, particularly at entry level and intermediate levels. There's also a shortage of relevant technician skills, and this have to do with the likes of component manufacturing, device and infrastructure repairs, maintenance, or maybe even assembling, getting parts and assembling to arrive at a finished product. And cell phone repairs is one of those programs that we deliver that tries to play in this space. But there's massive opportunities in this space where we can build technicians that can use their hands to fix things and to start their own businesses, small businesses. I would say that this could be linked to artisanal programs, but this has to do more around technology devices and hardware. There's also another opportunity in the e-waste space, which we are researching, to eventually arrive at the point where we create businesses that drive e-waste management. And key observations is that we need to align with the future of work, and we need to not only look at long-term programs, but also short-term programs to drive micro-credentialing through short courses that can result into learning pathways, but also creating a strong collaborative ecosystem between the public and private sector to tackle the digital skills gaps, and building organizational efficiencies. Like, let's say the TVET itself needs to really take time and invest in its own organizational capacity, and making sure that it remains ahead and that it innovates from time to time. So the main statement is that digital skills do not stand alone. They exist in an ecosystem. And part of that ecosystem would be what? Like infrastructure, for instance, that is required, but also the leadership that is driving the business should be able to buy into that, and other elements that are critical that we need to identify to make sure that our digital transformation initiatives are successful eventually. So in terms of South Africa's digital transformation journey, I don't know if you've heard about this. This roadmap was launched in 2024 to transform then South Africa's, especially government, including all its institutions, including the TVET colleges itself. And there are four elements, actually 3 elements to this. First is making sure that the vision and the mission and objectives for the future of digital government is clearly articulated, and that we identify key projects and milestones and deliver enablers for long-run success in digital government at scale. So this really, I would say, would augur very well for the TVET college itself, if it wants to undertake a digital transformation journey, is to really have these 3 things very, very clear. And making sure that there's a timeline towards that we are working towards. And in terms of the stack, they call it the DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure Stack, or the key things that build up towards eventually providing services, is data and hardware. This includes computer and network infrastructure. So the college needs to make an assessment and identify gaps and have a plan towards, building on data and hardware, but also the information that is around the TVET college in terms of maybe demographics of students, the lecturers, the communities around which you operate. That data is critical. So the TVET college needs to really have this in place. And then digital identity is another one, to make sure that government is working towards, to enable people to verify who they are in person and remotely. This is what government is working towards. But at TVET college level, it would have to do with, automated ways in which students can access their personal information. They can see their journeys, where they are and all that, and verify, or even administration can verify the students themselves. And also data exchange, that, the data that is available, inclusive of the communities, as well as other repositories where this data may be, like HSRC and other places, and let's say that the college should be able to access that data. And be able to exchange even with other institutions if they need your data, so that it can lead to better research outcomes. So data is very, very critical. Then payments, you need to digitize your payments as well and exchange services, and then eventually get to your services, which in this case is education, delivery of education. So it says that services provided by government to businesses and people, such as business licenses and social benefits, such as education, must be supported by technology. So this is just the value chain. So government is looking at delivering all these things, all these 5 things, through a pipeline from birth to death. And as you can see, higher education and training features there after ECD and schooling. And of course, supported by family health and welfare and a whole lot of other services. So when we do digital transformation as an institution, you should see yourself as part of the bigger picture, or a bigger value chain of a human being as they go through various stages of life, and how you play your part in that process until that person reaches their potential and they even retire, and they still get support. So scaling digital skills for future-ready workforce. So here, I'm trying to identify key areas, focus areas that NEMISA is looking at, that the TVET college can also maybe craft its own focus areas in terms of making sure that you are relevant in terms of working towards, skills for future-ready workforce. So I am saying that the required scale of digital skills delivery requires a coordinated ecosystem comprising of partnerships, inclusive of industry, government, and training providers for impactful delivery, measured across the entire value chain of training delivery. And the following have been identified as key areas of focus. So basic education. So we need to find a way in which we support basic education. As you would have seen in the previous slide of that value chain of supporting a human being from early stages of life, that skills at basic education are critical. So NEMISA is working towards supporting basic education in terms of teacher training and learner training. And we have digital literacy, robotics, coding courses that we are working with basic education department to deliver it. And the next one is higher education. So we are looking at partnering with TVET colleges and universities. So we partner with currently, I think 35 TVET colleges, including Maluti itself. So we need to work closer and maybe even scale up what we are doing. But also universities, we partner with 8 universities at the moment where we have collabs. So we're trying to establish this base at TVET colleges as well. For some of the TVET colleges, we've gone even to the point of appointing digital ambassadors who get placed at the TVET college to support the TVET college in terms of delivering the training. These are trainers that have been rigorously trained to be able to support the lecturers and the college to deliver digital learning, especially to the learners. So we also target underserved communities, of course, in collaboration with NGOs. We work with government, as I mentioned as well. And there we deliver in digital literacy, AI fluency, cybersecurity awareness as well. But there are many other technical trainings that we do in that space. And another area is industry or sector-specific interventions. We realize that if we don't do that, we will not be able to deliver demand-led delivery for identified industries and supporting transitions from learning to earning. So we need to strategically choose specific industries that we want to reach through, and then that we build close relationships with and understand their needs and co-create with them, the training interventions that can make impact in those industries. So the college needs to be strategic about that and eventually report based on the key focus areas and measure impact also in line with each of these delivery segments. And that's what we are doing at NEMISA. So in terms of strategies for inclusive innovation and curriculum transformation, understanding of economic and stakeholder landscape in curriculum innovation and development cannot be overemphasized. And lately, we acknowledge that technology enables stakeholder engagement, data collection, and analysis quicker and easier to implement. And therefore, in the value chain of really innovating and coming up with curriculum transformation, the first thing that the college needs to build capacity around is research. Understanding the supply and demand of skills produced is very critical. Internal research capacity will therefore need to be made. I don't know where you are with that as an institution, but also creating research partnerships. We can work together in that space, but maybe University of Free State or CUT or other institutions that are out there, including UNISA itself, there can be a partnership or partnerships that are created. And also reaching out to access secondary research in the market, applied research from organizations like OECD, ILO, but also local research institutions like Stats SA, as well as HSRC and others, and universities is critical. But also innovative curriculum development and delivery is another area in the value chain, because after research now you'll get to working on your curriculum. It needs to be demand-led, and something that is demand-led means what? You first need to understand demand. You can't prepare curriculum and then go and try and understand demand. You can't do that. There needs to be logic in terms of first understanding who you want to serve and their pain points, and then responding to that. And creating learning pathways is also very critical in that process. Learning pathways have to do with identifying the occupations that you want your learners to end up in. For instance, a cloud engineer, and then knowing what are those jobs requiring, and then eventually building programs that respond to those job requirements, or making sure that as part of the curriculum, maybe the practical exercises and any other interventions build the capacity of your students to eventually become a cloud engineer. So that's very, very critical. And co-creating the curriculum for impact. So you cannot do it alone. You need to work with the stakeholders that you think are critical, especially industry. For most part of the time, we leave the industry out, and therefore it's high time that those relationships must be built. Local industries, provincial industries, including government, but also national companies that are operating out there. And therefore, that involvement is critical, but also making sure that you are clear about cross-cutting capabilities or skills that you create for your young people. Cross-cutting capabilities have to do with the likes of problem solving, communication, innovation, while there are specialized skills as well for targeted outcomes. Let's say if you target certain occupations, then you know what are the specialized skills. You need to build those into your curriculum. And then also critical in this whole journey is building partnerships, impactful partnerships to support you with resources, access to funding for some of your training interventions, because not government alone will not be able to achieve this. You can have sponsors, you can have CSI, divisions of corporates being part of certain programs, and then access to targeted beneficiaries is another way of creating partnerships that they will give you access to beneficiaries or enable content creation. The likes of your Microsoft, for instance, we have partnership with Microsoft, and we have access to all their courses that are certificated in that way. Then I'm a proponent of having a very clear plan around learner transitions as to where will they go after training. So work integrated learning plans, they need to be built upfront. Work experience, work readiness, internships, employment opportunities, or creating trainings for them to be work ready or employment ready, including entrepreneurship, the gig economy. I don't know if you know the gig economy. It's more like freelancing, where young people do jobs for different companies on a freelancing basis, but also learning pathways. Sorry about that spelling. Learning pathways in case learners want to learn further and not necessarily go look for work. And then impact assessment. You need to predetermine the kind of impact that you want to see right at the beginning. Like it should be that loop back to research and innovation. And some of the impact assessments can be longitudinal, that you track these learners over years as to how are their needs changing, and making sure that your alumni keep on being empowered by the institution. And psychological impact is critical to be measured as well. But most importantly, social impact. How did the training affect not only the student, but all the others around them, but economic impact as well. These things need to be done from time to time. In terms of training delivery channels, if you are to become an innovative institution, a digital institution, you need to be versatile in terms of a variety of ways of delivery, online, blended, face-to-face. And you need to have a learning management system with online resources that is zero rated, that will not require learners to use data. But also this will help you to have data-driven reporting. You'll have enough data that will be analyzed, including online assessment, but also interoperable and secure, that can work with devices, cell phones, laptops, and that can interface with other systems within the college itself. You need to be able, in terms of blended, to drive live online classes, webinars, a mix of online and physical attendance services, but also move towards mixed and virtual reality as well as face-to-face. This remains to be important, but it pushes campuses to move towards being smart campuses in themselves, where learners can integrate. Maybe you have an app that can integrate what they have on their smartphone with what is happening on the campus. And when they are on the campus, as they move around, and that you are able to even measure where they go the most, what you know, and which classes are attended the most, things like that. And it helps the college to become more innovative as it moves ahead, including even self-service platforms. And learner support must be built into that as well, including building capacity of the lecturing and admin staff to make sure that they're able to support learners to use these platforms. So in terms of learning ecosystem, in curriculum development, you need to look at digital literacy as the base. That's very critical for both lecturers and students. So we can work together to deliver this, but also sector user digital skills. Sector user digital skills is different sectors, like learners in tourism, learners in IT, and different. So you need to be specific about those and build those, which is what you're already doing, but improve your curriculum around that. And then we need digital leadership skills for these young people that would run their own businesses. How do they strategize? But also digital leadership within the college itself. And then ICT practitioner skills. These are your ICT specialist people, like your network engineers or your cloud engineers or your desktop support people and so forth. And really, these are the 6 competencies that we are looking at, which is handling information and data and digital content, communicating and collaboration, digital content creation. This one is very, very important. Safety, security, problem solving, and transacting. Lately, AI is now added as the 7th. It's becoming very, very important. And these are just from Coursera, Essential Skills Map for the 4th Industrial Revolution, which is NEMISA's blueprint in terms of what we deliver. Big data is huge, as I mentioned, AI as well, and cloud computing, application and web development. This creates a lot of opportunities and other emerging technologies, but human skills remain to be very important. It's not only about technology skills. So AI, as we know it, I was just trying to unpack it here as to what is this, and it really has to do with machine learning, how machines are trained, neutral networks, deep learning, and algorithms. But already we have platforms like your DeepSeek and ChatGPT and others, Gemini from Google and others that are already there. It's a matter of just learning how to use them properly. And it can be applied in various sectors, of course, but for the education sector, AI is reshaping the strategies through assisted planning. So the college should move to AI-assisted planning and delivery of curriculum and content development, AI-supported curriculum development, including even learner segmentation. There are learners with challenges and so forth, different types of learners. So it can help you with that. Predictive analytics as well, how the learners will be able to perform so that you close the gaps even before or ahead of time. And automated communications, personalized learner support, and self-paced learning, support for learner transitions, and impact assessment. So AI can really, really benefit college. And in our courses, amongst them, the simplest, we have one that addresses AI basics, generative AI, internet session, and beyond, responsible and ethical AI, and getting started with AI tools, and boosting your productivity with AI tools. There we're using Copilot, which is a platform by Microsoft. For leaders at the college, they need to gain skills around formulating AI strategies, assessing AI readiness in the institution, and integrating AI into business operations, and really developing a roadmap for that implementation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndadera Mita. Thank you very much for that, because now, honestly, some of the things now can need aki di sure but gap when about but hey, thank you very much, Ndadera, for highlighting that the skills for the future, digital skills for the future, and that now NEMISA also delivers digital learning for basic education, higher education, underserved communities, the government and industries. And we also highlighted the importance of internal research and basically the benefits of AI in general. So thank you very much, Ntate. It's quite a lot, you know. I think the principal, but anyway, it's good to have that information, because that is very important, and it shows that Ntate Ramita will be there for us to benefit. So thank you very much, Ntate Ramita. Colleagues, let us give him another round of applause, please. I think now, you know, for me, I think, you know, instead of having other speakers at the moment, I think maybe we can have a break, man. I mean, we've been sitting here for a very long time. Can we have a break? And is the tea ready, Kapayong? It's ready, okay. So tea is ready, colleagues. Let us break for how long? Check it. Let's see. I just want to see the break. It's about 40. No. About 30 minutes. Kabayon, yes. There's a tea break. Yeah, 10 minutes. No, 10 minutes is fine. 10 minutes, no? 20. Oh, 20 minutes. Okay. 20 minutes, colleagues. Sekitathile ke batla ba ganons vir tea. Nee. Let's start, colleagues, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us start now. So we are going to have, we'll be having an open discussion. We thought we will get Mr. Ramita. Unfortunately, we didn't ask him at that time that now he, to stay with us in order for us to ask some questions. But if any questions, we'll try to write them down for him. On my left side, there will be a roaming microphone, and then and this side also, and at the gallery itself. So I think we are ready. Ke bona batho sebetsa mail na e ka re se re short. All right, colleagues, if there are any questions to the presentation, the keynote addresses that we had of Dr. Ngubane, Professor Ngubane and Mr. Ramita, please, if there are any questions for our two presenters, open discussion. Are you ready, that side? Okay, Ndati.
Thank you, Program Director. And let me start by saying, safe to say, all protocols observed. It's not that much of a question, Program Director, but I think there's something that it's on Prof. S. Ngubane's presentation. For the first time in a long run, hearing somebody accepting from the position of authority, accepting that there were errors that were done in just a post democratic dispensation to do away with the vocational programs and trying to channel all the energies of cohort of students in them being academics. I think it's profound from my side, and an admission that not everything that was done in the previous was wrong. And now, some 30 years down the line, we are relooking and revisiting our education program, especially post-school education. And it has always been my concern, Program Director, that after 12 years of academic activities or schooling activities, you find that a graduate, if I were to say that, upon completion of their studies, they can't do anything. And I find it very, very interesting, and that it's so unbecoming. You can't have somebody subjected to an institution of learning, and after 12 years, they can't do anything for themselves. 2 or 3, another one that I thought it was profound is that we don't just go to institutions of higher learning aspiring to become engineers and everything, whereas in the communities that we are living, we've not tried to look out for what is it that is challenging in the communities. And then we go out there to those institutions of higher learning to learn to solve the problems that our people are faced with on a daily basis. Because there's no point in us going to institutions of higher learning. We learn at the end of the day, we graduate, we don't have anything to go back to address. I find it very interesting. And then one other thing that I found profound is that the boy child. In all the campaign, you even have a ministry of children and what with disability, women and what. Nothing has been said about the boy child. And you wonder what future are we building if we're not addressing the pertinent problem that is faced with a boy child. And I just want to pause the program director. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you very much. I don't see Prof here. Where's? She was sitting there, but I think she. Okay, maybe we'll pose those questions again, maybe those comments to her when she comes in. Any other question again, colleagues? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm honored to be part of this seminar. I think, okay, let me start by saying thank you for the invitation, actually, to be part of this seminar. I like whatever the presentations, and I believe that this is what we've been talking about for quite a long time. But that is not a case. But I believe if Professor Ngubane, if I'm not mistaken, can actually help us in terms of how do we overcome the challenges that we have in the digital transformation. Because I believe that we know the challenges, we iron out the challenges, and then we tried to come up with the intervention also. But still, there is a resistance to change. So I don't know if this question stays now, we can actually stands now to discuss now, how can we overcome those kind of challenges, because we do have, or we can also see that there is a transformation in digital, whatever, as I can say. But how do we overcome the challenges? As we can talk about them now, but we can have answers, but we have the lack of implementation. I don't know if my question is relevant or not. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, sir. Prof, I think you got that one, but I just want to, when we were out, our colleague here commented about the issue of vocational training, that for the first time after a long time that somebody else came up, to say, yes, we did wrong, and then accept that now we did wrong by promoting more, in fact, sidelining the vocational training, and then promoting more of the academic qualifications. Now we find ourselves in this situation where we are not having people who have skills. We don't have artisans. We don't have this. I think even it comes to the question where you said we have children that go to school for 12 years, but they cannot do anything. It's just like they just went to school, but they cannot solve any problem. Basically, they don't. In other words, they simply don't have skills. Now, their 12 years was there, but there were no skills. And also the problems that we're having in the communities. We have problems in the communities, but we cannot solve them just because we don't have skills. I think okay. So those are the comments that we have, Prof, about that. So I don't know whether you would like to to come? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. During break, I received very warm, positive remarks to my humble delivery, and that is humbling because the issue of inclusion is normally thought to be a business of someone, inclusive education somewhere. But I think slowly people are realizing that it's not about a certain department, it's about each and every one of us making an effort. I really appreciate that. Then with regards to, let me first respond here to the question of how do we address that? At the moment, the G20 is looking, I think they have a focus on early child education. And I would like to propose, because I know that there are different people from government and you guys are here and you interact with government. We need to rethink our education system. When you look at other countries, the children are not just sitting and making hymns and singing. They are building something with their hands, even at a very lowest primary education kind of. We cannot expect people to be technologically or vocationally focused at a later stage, because already it's what like he's talking about, the resistance. If someone is not used, is not socialized into problem solving, there's no way later on they're going to think that they can build something. So maybe that is where we need to think with the early childhood, to say, how do we get them to make things instead of sleeping at the crash and singing songs? And I'm not against singing songs, but I'm saying we can adopt, and we keep on going to benchmark. What are we benchmarking, really? So that's number one. Then number two, I would think that there are different sitters that are actually providing opportunities for people to reskill, whether it's short courses or whatever it is. Maybe let's bring them in, because they are partnering with us. And we first look at the cohort through the alumni. Who are the people that are qualified and are actually scientific minded? Because I know that there are some of us who can't build anything for, even if we tried, because we are not like that. But there are those that were disadvantaged by the maths and science, and they were forced to do other courses because they didn't have the points to enter into science. So maybe we need to go back and say, who, you might be having this particular course, but what can you do with your hands? Then we get the sitters to actually fund them so that they are trained in that. I would think that would work, because already they are looking for ways of being effective. It doesn't help that they go to one village and train someone who's not even like minded into doing something. But if they take graduates that have stayed without a job, they are likely to take that thing serious. Then whether it's 6 months, micro-credentialing, and people are able to get in. And that's another system that we need to take serious as a country. Because we talk about badges, but the truth is, I think there are very few companies that will even take them as a qualification. So those are the things that we need to address at the back end, so that as people are getting into that, then they are recognized and they can get into the system. And it needs all of us to be hands-on and actually get into that. Then with regards to my brother who's talking about resistance to change, sometimes people resist because they don't have the skill. Sometimes. But also we are a very unionized country where people think, and remember, it's some of us who say it, comrades, don't let this AI come in, it's going to take our jobs. So let's workshop our comrades to say, no, this is creating a negative response to a technology. They need to be talking to comrades in the trade unions, talking about how to reskill so that people are ready to be relevant. Then people will be less resistant. People actually fight things they don't even know. And there's no way we are going to win if we are going to the people that actually are listening to. So look at who influences these people to be resistant. Then you address those ones first and let them buy into the idea of doing things differently. Then by the time you go to them to talk about these are the strategies that you are introducing, they're already standing with you. They should be the one to say, comrades, we are going to be revolutionary. We are using AI now. They will listen if you do it like that. You see, so I think resistance needs us to actually pin it down. Where is the source of resistance? Then we can plan accordingly. Let's not look at those people as the rebels. There is an underlying reason why they are like that. Let's address that and then show them that, for example, I don't know about, but I think you are doing the same thing. At UNISA, when we started this thing of saying there are people that are redundant, we are now seeing someone that maybe was packing assignments, now they're an admin assistant. They've even changed the post grade. We even have admin now that now have become professors, because they were mentored into writing and publishing and whatever. So as you start showing that there are people who could move from the dispatch and now they are proper administrators and now they are becoming academics. And not everyone is going to be an academic. There are posts within the regions. There are posts within the TVET and what. Let's show those the success stories so that people can see that, these people are not actually trying to make me feel like I don't have skills. They're actually trying to make me relevant so that I'm sustainable. And I'll offer myself, because I'm in the mentorship business. If there is anyone that wants to do such kind of work, let's have a Teams meeting. If it means that we can sit with those people through Teams, it can be done. If not, and you can transport me, I'll come, because that is my job. There are students that will sit and say, I'm fine, I have an undergrad, there are no jobs. And by the time we leave, someone is doing honors and masters, and then they realize that they can do work. Because the reality is that most of the academic fraternity is aging. And our South African young people don't want to get into academia. And then later on, when non-South Africans are hired, we say there are no jobs. So if we keep on showing them that, listen, research is not difficult. People don't want to do postgrad because they think research is difficult. But our work as IODL is to sit with people in regions and assist with research proposals. We read your work, we send it back to you until it goes to the journal, until it's published. But very few people approach us to support them with that. So again, I'm offering, if you need anything to deal with resistance, we do that work. To do with improving your research skills and whatever, that's our work. But colleagues, let's promote and sort of like support each other in the business of changing mindset. So that by the time all these things are there, by the time Chetty and them are coming with all the AI tools, people must be ready and saying, no, you know what, comrades are going to do this. They must be the ones inviting Denzel to come and talk to the students, not the management pushing people to do the work. I hope that responds to your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other question? Yes, sir. Daddy.
Sorry, I said good afternoon and I realized that it's still 2 minutes morning. My question it's on access. It's on access and inclusivity.
Yes.
I want us to think about how do we access some of the things that will enable us to operate at the AI level. And it's based on what is called the power of collaboration or the power of partnership. And as I go on, many questions will be asked, and they are both relevant to Mr. Rammitwa and Professor Ngubane. First of all is that we've got what we refer to as a PSET, which those institutions that falls within higher education. And if you look at the structure of PSET, it's designed in a way that we can concentrate on skills orientated until we go to theory academic. And one of the reasons which I think why they were put together, it is because there was a need and a realization that all this must be able to work together. In other words, why do we need skills, people with skills, and why do we need people with highly theory, academic? And if we can bring this together, then we'll realize the importance of PSET, and we'll realize the importance of partnership in collaborations and innovations and inclusivity. Why we don't find this is the question that I want us to toy about. If we don't have access, it's difficult to implement some of the things that we have talked about here. If we collaborate right from SETA, we know what SETAs are meant for, and we know what SETAs are doing. And we work together with the community colleges. We know what community colleges are doing. Then we work together with the TVETs, and we work together with the tertiary institutions like universities and TUTs. Then we'll realize the power of collaboration and the power of partnership. Yes. And once we work together, we can use this power, just like in the Bible when somebody was given one stick and asked to break it, it was easy. But when he was given a bunch of sticks bound together, he failed to break it. And if we can use this power, then the question it will be why we still struggle with access. And also use our communities where we are as a leverage to get access. This power, it will be our leverage to get access into technology. A good example which I want to ask in this house is, why do we have such a weak network connectivity in a big village and a township? I'm not sure how it's classified now, like where we are now. It is because we don't use the power of collaboration. We should come together as community colleges, SETAs that are around here, yes, TVETs, universities, and involve the communities. As I was driving through here, I realized there are a lot of medical centers, and they are not even part of this because they think that it's not relevant for them. And that's where now we lose this power of collaboration. We work together and we go to these network providers. All of us, we go as one. We go to these network providers and we say, invest more on this community because we need the network provider. If it is there, it will assist the medical doctor sitting in his or her surgery. It will assist the SETA students. It will assist the community college students. It will assist the TVET students. It will assist even anybody sitting there, even Gogo who's supposed to go to SASA and go and apply. He can be assisted while still at home. But because we don't realize the power of collaboration, then we lose this. And my question is, can we afford to go it alone as tertiary institution, leaving the community outside? I'm not sure. In order to access this, because we will not have that power to go to Vodacom, to go to MTN, even to go to Telcom and say, Telcom, we need this high quality, high speed Wi-Fi, high speed technology, so that we can be able to access it. Then the rest will follow. You can operate at AI level once you've got access to a good internet connectivity. And that's where now my question is, how do we mobilize the community to realize the importance of what is happening today, and how do we leverage on what is happening today to go there and say to those service providers, we are doing this service to us. It will not be only when we don't have water, when we all go there. When we don't have electricity, when we go there. When we don't have access, we should be, the doctor should be able to know that to modern medicine, if you don't have access, you cannot diagnose and come up with intervention quickly. The educator must know that you cannot innovate, you cannot use AI if you don't have access. But if we operate individually and we don't bring in a discussion and a discourse such as this, where even the ordinary community member will be part of the discourse and then can realize the power of partnership, can realize the power of collaboration, then we can be able to approach the big network provider and be able to assist us. Okay. And I say, let's take what Prof. Ngubane has delivered and take what Mr. Ramitra has delivered and say, let us move forward so that we can be able to teach our students to utilize something that they've got access to. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, I think you also touched on that because I think Dr. Ngubane also indicated that now the issue also of using technology in the wrong way, incorrectly, is also another thing. But what is very important at the moment in Tatekore, you are saying that now collectively, when we approach these networks, including the communities, we are coming with a very strong voice. And basically, when we go like that, then we'll have a power to convince them or even to see the importance of having accessibility. But this is not me who's going to answer this. Let me give Mayor Ngubane.
Thank you so much. You know, okay, I mean, I'm confused, so you must know that about me. I'm of the view, colleagues, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that there's a need for a disruption in organizational thinking and knowledge creation, but knowledge usage, knowledge and skills usage. At the moment, we have many people that are supposedly skilled in whatever that they are skilled at, but there is something that we are missing in terms of connecting an integrated system that talks to each other to enable sustainable solutions and tracking of whatever that is being done to see if there is impact on at all levels of community. At the moment, we are all pulling from different sides, and that's why we are having gaps. Within the system, I've sometimes gone to UNISA and I talk to the organizational development guys. I'm like, guys, why don't you come to the colleges and go to the regions and sit there with the managers and the workers and just observe so that you see how sometimes the organogram that you are so stuck with is not working. At the moment, if you need anything done, you are told, no, this is not in the organogram, you can't do this. And yet there are certain positions that are redundant. They are there, including job descriptions. You are like, this is not needed anymore. And yet there are things that are needed in terms of, we say we are doing community engagement. Who is managing? Who's the runner in between the university and the so-called stakeholders? Joining the objectives and the gaps that have been identified, and tracking if those have been responded to, and then creating interventions and coming back and saying, this has been resolved, now can we go to this? There's nobody who's doing that. And we keep on saying that we are relevant. So I don't know, you are the ones who do MBL, you do MBA. I want to challenge you that there is work that needs to be done in the way that we are doing our work. Societies are integrated, but we are still discipline-based. It's just me. I'm just a simple person, but that is my thinking. And that's why I kept on saying inclusion cannot be done in isolation. Access cannot be done in isolation. When you want access for success, you need to talk to each other. And you cannot make the students subjects. Students become part of your process, because remember, we said it's about jointly doing something, so that we can succeed. That is just what I can think about this. And that is why when we do community engagement with the people that we work with, you should see there's a multi sort of disciplinary team. We work with lawyers, there are people from agriculture, there are people from education, there are social workers, so that when this person that you are trying to sort of empower starts talking to us, then we are able to say, you, the social worker, this is where you come in. You come here. Then it becomes a holistic solution, instead of solving one thing and then the other one is left hanging. Then the last part, Prof, and Tate Kokong, of the municipalities and all that. There's a serious issue of how universities, or let me just say all educational entities, are expected to deliver, and they're even penalized if they didn't enroll enough students or they didn't do 1, 2, 3. But the issue of service provision from government remains a serious risk. The issue of data, the issue of electricity not being available, the issue of, so all the systems that are supposed to enable the educational entities to work are actually falling apart. But universities are penalized for not doing certain things, including enrollment. The very same government of ours went and put 40% pass. And what now we are having young people who think they have distinctions. Those are not distinctions. 40%, you call it a distinction? So what has happened is that now we have people that think they can go to university, they go to CSET, thinking that they can do a scientific course. And now, because remember the problem is this, our children go to schools where it's not 40%. And when I say our, I mean the middle class. I'm not trying to sort of whatever, but in the school where my sons went, people were doing pure maths. They were not doing maths literacy. So when now it's time to go to apply for anything, who is going to be taken? It's these ones who are doing maths who are doing pure maths. And it's those ones that have proper distinctions, because you can see, remember the points go according to the subjects themselves. So this one who's coming in thinking they have a distinction, they are not taken. Or if they are taken, it's like, just let them in. We know that by May, they would have failed anyway. Yeah, at UP, they tell them that, it's okay, you can be full, but soon the class will be empty. It's the level of thinking is not there. So now, when do we get to a point where we say the 40% pass rate is disabling the black child? Can we up the pass rate? Can we bring back higher grade so that people are challenged? But if you say that, people are going to say you are racist. So I'm out.
Okay. No, thanks, Professor Ngubane. Ntate Edeberg.
Dumelang bagaetsho.
Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm from El Raro Park, so I'll have to say away. Okay. But I want to thank all of the powerful thinkers and speakers around. I think we all agree we're here to try and deliberate and solve problems and take these messages back to where we come from so that we can influence thinking and policy, etc. So we certainly are not the enemy in the room here. You know, we are talking to people out there that we are trying to think, how do we change mindsets? And Professor Ngubani, I would have loved to have a coffee with you. And in my younger days, I would have had a whiskey with you, and me and you can deliberate. But colleagues, let me just then deliberate on a few thoughts myself. My name is Gerald Williamson, and I'm from the Learner Profiler system, which is used by 33 public TVET colleges in South Africa. And we have a table outside if ever you want to just grab a few flyers to see what it does. So what have we learned from this digital system that we deployed across public TVETs? And we have learned a number of things that you might already know or not know, or you might be like a rabbit arrested in the headlights of this fact. I do not know. But this is what we know. Since last year, we screened 1.2 million students. We profiled. That's why we call it the learner profiler. Before they apply TVETs, including Maluti, they have to do career exploration. They do literacy numeracy tests, etc., and they go on-course and exit support screening. So 2 million data points that we've collected. And I say a fact that less than 1% of the colleges have mined their data. It's available for download at their fingertips. To study the patterns, the next management meeting, the next Lehotla, to start with the question, in this room, let's assume, hypothetically speaking, if we are going to all run a comrades marathon, the first thing I want to see, who has one leg? Can we just assess a factor like that? Now, when we profile students on literacy and numeracy, for example, and we've come to the inside, and we've looked at all the colleges and the close to 2 million data points, or 2 million students in the last 2 years. That's a massive database. We don't publish or research data, etc. We are data integrated. We share it with the college. So what have we learned, Mr. Chair? We have seen that close to 68% of students score below 50% on a literacy and numeracy test. The numeracy is about 80% of students score below 50%. Now we have that live data. It updates as I'm speaking now. Before the end of the day, 10,000 more students would have been added to that benchmark norm base. Now, we talk digital transformation. We're all concerned. And we know that 98% of those students access those applications and those tests via a cell phone from every corner of the country, from Palabora right through to Ingwe, right up in the Eastern Cape Hills, etc. So students have some form of access. So what have we learned about that? We've also learned that students are very tech savvy. But we also know that many colleges, for example, doesn't always provide them with the opportunity to exercise their tech savviness. From the Facebook crowd to the Instagram crowd to the TikTok crowd, they can navigate technology. So here's a fact. When we approached DIET a few years ago and we said, would you like to have a live system that connects all colleges on one ecosystem of which every application can be profiled for ability, interest, for disability, for wellness, etc. They said, no, thank you. They said a simple thing like, we don't deal with individual service providers. When I had to really gently but politically make them aware that as a clinical psychologist, you cannot call me a service provider. I'm an active citizen of this country that came up with a solution. So you say by your own policies, you cannot deal with me after I offer you a solution to solve a lot of problems. Now, their data points exist. It can tell everybody in this room the nature, the quality, the type, the abilities, disabilities, etc. And if you ask similarly the universities, would you like to profile pre-profile populations while they're in high school, so that we are able to select what student interests are, what their abilities are, what their needs are, etc. And as we speak, people, these systems are there. This is South African innovations. If you ask them in terms of partnerships and linkages, why is this sector not talking to each other? And we have learned that some people are trapped in a very difficult mindset. They talk fancy slides about linkages, but you ask a regional DET office, would you like to have access to that data at no cost? And they say, yes, we would, but we don't talk to service providers. That mindset is a very, very strange mindset. We're offering you live data pipelines to tell you where students live, whether they have drinking water, whether they have a brick house, etc., what is their socioeconomic status, whether they need NSFAS. So the point I'm making, Mr. Chair, is that there are limitations in thinking, which Professor Ngobani has highlighted, that unfortunately I would like to think some of us have a solution for and some not. But I don't. I don't know how you go past the idea that we need to work as a collective. We can preach, maybe we're preaching to the converted in this room. And maybe one last thing, Mr. Chair, not to belabor. Another thing we have learned from this data is that 6 out of 10 students do not complete their tertiary journey in South Africa. In any country, possibly this would be seen as a catastrophe. It would be front page. It would be all across our screens, etc. But in our sectors, higher education, it's business as usual. It made me wonder, are the officialdom spoiled to think there's an unlimited supply of, in inverted commas, broken factory faults, who is going to ensure that their jobs stay in place, that their salaries get paid, which is obviously a very blind mindset, because 6 out of 10 dropouts in this country is a youth and labor political time bomb. We all know this statistic. But if you ask how many institutions are linking with schools to pre-prepare, we have just launched now the pre-TVET readiness screener for high schools, to feed back to schools to say, this is where the student needs help. Before you send them to us as a TVET, can you see where their weaknesses lie? But can we drive this live data pipeline into a TVET and say, can you have a full profile of the 20,000 students that are coming? So I've learned up to yesterday, we have screened from 1 January to now, 980,000 TVET students from 1 January to now. So that's a live statistic. By February, we think it's going to be 1.4 million. But you also know how many students can the TVETs absorb? Plus minus 200 and something thousand in total. I'm concerned what's going to happen to the other 1 point something million who has no access. And universities are going to take less than 7% of that if they've duly applied at both. So for all the minds in this room, this data is something I looked at yesterday in a live system, and I was scratching my head and I said, out of last year's 1.2 million, Dr. Patel, out of last year's 1.2 million, only 200,000 something thousand was absorbed anyhow. I'm wondering, can we do this another 5 years or 10 years without having our African Spring, our version of an Arab Spring is on the doorstep. So this digital journey that we're talking about, in my opinion, Mr. Chair, is now not just an imperative, it's become a crisis, a nuclear time bomb that is counting down. And I'm worried because as a custodian of this live data of the colleges, I'm wondering if the staff at these colleges, the managements, the councils, are actually keeping their eye on this countdown. So Dr. Patel, we spoke during the break. I just want to tell you this. At this Maluti College, where you are council chairperson, you sit on a rich trove of data that could tell you who was going to fail and drop out within the next 4 months by just looking at their literacy and numeracy scores. That's all. You didn't have to do any fancy analytical reasoning and analysis. Anybody who scores below 50% and tries to enroll and got into an engineering course somehow is potentially 4 months waiting to drop out. And we've seen that. I call it the said golden cliff. 4 months into a college, we see the majority of students just diving. So, Professor Ngubane, you know, there's hands to be held here over a cup of coffee, a glass of whiskey, or anything, but the crisis is here. So thank you for the opportunity to be invited. And I hope by the end of tomorrow, some answers to some of us and to continue building. So indeed, it's a luta continua. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Prof. Dr. Patel?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I only responded because he called my name. He was not
Okay.
supposed to. So when you call my name, I've got to respond. Let's start off with that. And I want to start off with what Gerald has spoken about. 6 out of 10 students do not complete their studies. Dropout rates. The dropout rates at TVET, we have not even done a research on that. You're giving me university stats at the moment. It's higher. Now, when one looks at this, I want to look at the problem, the birthplace of that problem. And the birthplace of that problem starts with our families, our communities. As black South Africans, Prof, I can tell you, when I was born, my parents saw a medical doctor. They didn't see an artisan. They didn't see a carpenter, a welder, a bricklayer.
Yes.
Simply because it's a means of eradicating poverty in our society. If I educate my child, if I teach my child or get my child to be taught in a way that he pronounces properly and speaks proper English, he'll get a job and he'll pay medical aid and he'll have a pension. Now that's where the problem sits. We have not taught our kids to be innovative. And what then happens when the child goes to school, he's a doctor because he can read on the very first day. Not a damn. He goes there, and a psychologist, I can tell you that, you go there and you look at a book and you've got a very good retentive memory. So you memorize that book and your child comes home and reads the book to you. You are so excited. My child can read and count on day 1 at school. Imagine what's he going to do in matric. We just don't know. So what we then begin to perpetuate in that society is get him educated. Get him to become a doctor, a lawyer. We don't even have the faintest idea of him becoming a teacher even these days. What then happens is that the child goes to university and drops out. Because we've not done proper career guidance. We've not done a proper analysis of what the child's ability is. I want to do a comparative analysis here. If you do comparative studies with Switzerland and Germany, Switzerland, 7 out of 10 kids in high schools are technical high schools. Industry schools, basically. 3 in academic. Out of the 3 who passes in academic career at the end, do not end up at university. 2 out of the 3, 1 goes back into the academic world, into the trade world. And that keeps Switzerland. During the economic crisis of 2018, Germany and Switzerland were the only 2 European countries who survived it. Why? Because of the kind of education system they had. They taught their kids that to be progressive, and for the country to be progressive, you need to have a trade. Now, I fortunately visited Switzerland with a minister at the time, who really revolutionized technical education. We were standing at a company called ABB, 7 o'clock in the morning, and a group of young kids ran in, average age 12, 13. And we were wondering what's happening in this factory with files in their hand. The Minister Nzamandi asked them, what are these kids doing here? They said, no, they are pre-apprentice learners. Pre-apprentice.
Oh, okay.
Now, would we ever have that in our businesses? No. Because business wants to take from government and not give back. Here we asked that company, What does government incentivize you with to have these pre-apprentice learners that would eventually become your workers? They said nothing. Here we expect the skills levy to pay for every training. So we asked this person again, why do you do this? He said, because of the future of our country. That's the difference. Now, that's why I said the problem lies with our legislation. It lies with us as a family and as a community. How do we see education? When I listened to the problems this morning, digital transformation, quite advanced, aren't we? As Helen Ziller said, big word, when she was called with what this is in Gaza. She said it's a very big word. Now I want to say transformation today is a big word. What is transformation? What is transformation all about? And how are we going to adopt it? If I look at practically, when Prof spoke this morning, I said, oh, it's taking me back to the classroom. I should really think of studying again.
Yes.
But bridging the gap, we must take into consideration quite a number of things. Firstly, inequality in our communities. When I mean inequality, I'm not only speaking of racial inequality, I'm speaking of economic inequality, social inequality. How do we deal with that? Unlocking innovation does require building a sustainable growth. Now, looking at that, what are the barriers, our structural barriers in our community? What is the data cost to have data? The one speaker spoke about data. The cost of data, can our students afford it? Can our colleges afford it? Or is it only the privy or the privilege of an urban community? Then we look at power supply. Then we look at digital illiteracy. How literate are we before we can even speak of AI? And that's why we have the problem at university, where students do not understand digital literacy. Lecturers do not understand it. I don't understand it. And I say it softly so that you don't repeat it. Socioeconomic inequalities is another issue with our students. Then we look at, continue and we say, how do we overcome these challenges? And I want to take you on, sir, on this one. And I call it the layered approach. We have this distinction. What are CETAs? What is community colleges? What are TVETs? Are they stepping stones to a university? No, they're not. They're not. They would, and I'm unfortunately one of the people who wrote the white paper. I was one of the people who sat down and wrote it. Right. When we intended to do, what we intended to do this was to give South Africans, every South African, an opportunity to learn, from cradle to graveyard. Do we do it? For as long as we look at a fractured education system, for as long as we look at an education system that only serves a certain populist group or a population group or a economic group, we are sitting with problems.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get to my point then.
Okay.
I said the morning, that's why. So what we then have to do is really understand the different structures and what it's meant to be. I'll give it as a simple example, and I was sharing it with Mr. Williamson outside, Professor. When I said that I had a son, my youngest son, who insisted he wants to be a mechanic. It broke me. And at that stage, I was the CEO of the Mercita. And my son wants to become a mechanic. I thought, how is it possible? Here I sit with a PhD, his mother's a PhD. How is it possible? What did I do wrong? Wrong of me to think that way. Academic qualification is not the only panacea to an economic life. The most successful child I have today is my mechanic son. Entrepreneurial and very successful. So what I'm saying to us here today, Let's look at digitalization. And by the way, I've learned more from digitalization with him than from the other graduates in my family. Because everything he does, he's there on an AI basis. So what I'm saying then is we've got to look at the barriers and how do we break down those barriers. And the barriers are not mounted as things. They're not political institutions. They are easy things that we can, as a country, very quickly achieve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Patel. Thank you very much. Prof, do you have anything to say? You agree? Okay, okay. Any question again? Yeah, there's a gentleman there. I don't know. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Let us go there and on top there, the gallery.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you again. I like this discussion because we are getting deeper and deeper on whatever that we want to get. So my question again, I don't know if I should direct this question again to Prof. Ngubani, but I believe anyone can actually come to the discussion because I have a feeling that our policies are actually not talking to, or they are in contradiction with the digital divide that we are actually experiencing as a challenge of whatever this transformation is all about. I don't know if my question is clear, Prof. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Another one?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Wonderful morning again. My name is Lebuya Gatleo, the SRC president. Thank you so much for these wonderful presentations. I believe if ever this collaboration can keep on going and the implementations that comes with this presentation can come to pass, I believe that there will be a great and wonderful picture for the TVET sector. On behalf of these SRC members, all the points that I'm going to say are not coming from me alone, but from the SRC members. We saw it as a wonderful opportunity whereby we'll promote, AI will promote implementation of influencing learning and teaching, not eliminating it. And again, it will help in updating the curriculum and eliminating the outdated one. And one other thing, we believe that focusing more on introducing the students into this issue of technical world, into the technical world, will help to create more innovation. Let's take, for example, today our innovators or great innovators that we talk about, there are people, those who are introduced to the technical world. We can talk about Elon Musk. At his youngest age, was already implementing some of the, what can you say, apps and all those things. Even today, we see him as a great person who do wonders with technology. It was because he was given that education at the youngest age. And I believe if it is implemented to us right now, it's going to bring that relevance and it will improve our innovativeness and creativity. There was something that again the professor talked about, that our lectures must be equipped in this AI thing, and I believe it's very important in that issue that our lectures must be given more training on the issue of AI. But one thing that scares me, Professor, is that the issue of academic honesty. Concerning the issue of academic honesty, Professor, you talked about something that you can use AI and hide the fact that you use the AI at the end of the day. So I'm just asking myself, for how is it that going to benefit? Because you can find out that students can use AI and hide that, and someone can do the entire course with just AI without not even thinking or doing anything. Plagiarism will increase. So how can we maintain that issue of plagiarism and all those things? But at the end of the day, I see it as a great initiative to the TVET sector, and it will increase the picture of the TVET sector. Moving to the fifth industrial, whereby things are going to run smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we? Oh, okay. Do you have a yeah, I think we need to be short now with our questions because we have other two speakers before lunch.
Thank you, Chair. My question is as short as I am. Let me first acknowledge all the dinosaurs presentations that were presented today. And my question is one of the slides that Prof has touched on what should be done now. On the slide, she indicated that ensure robust monitoring and feedback loops. So on this one, I'm requesting for more expansion because I did not touch much on this pointer. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Prof?
I'll try to be as short as I can. Thank you for the questions. I think we'll agree that as a country, our policies are very progressive and we are highly respected on policies and whatever. But where we are lacking is actually on implementation strategies. And those implementation strategies then need some sort of adaptability and agility, where we sort of seeing what is on the ground and seeing how it can be actually deduced from the policy so that the policy can enable instead of disabling. But at the same time, the guardians of policies need to be actually, I don't know whether workshopped, because I always say when we sit for meetings that there is no way that in every meeting you come in to oppose. There are people like that. Policy says this, policy. When are you going to understand that policy is meant to enable organizational efficiency? And we have legal departments at all our entities to actually address any loopholes, to say, you know what, we want to do this, how can it be addressed? But we rarely go back to our legal and say, this is what needs to be done and policy is blocking us. Can you advise us on how policy can enable instead of disabling? I hope that is enough. Number two, the issue of technology, my young man there on top, you are very right. Technology or anything, in fact, it's not even about technology. Anything that needs to be done, including even cooking, anything that needs you to do, needs you to be socialized to it. You must get used to doing it. So when we grew up, you were not there, you were very young. Even at schools, there was, there was sewing, there was home economics, there was agriculture, there was all these things. Therefore, you can see the people that grew up like that, when anything breaks, they'll try and take, even if it's a knife, and use it as a screwdriver to open and do something. So it's critical that we go back. Our early childhood education has to be innovation-based. Instead of, we've gone to prisons where in the juvenile schools, companies will donate laptops or computers or whatever, and you go there, the computer lab is locked. And I'll get there and say, wait, these young people are inside here and you are not teaching them how to use computer. And you are hoping that when they get out, they will not re-offend when they can't even use a computer. No, but Prof, they are going to break them. I'm like, no. Let them break them. That's why we have technical people to repair them. You see, so we have the same problem as black people. We buy sofas, we don't sit on them, we are sitting on the floor. Am I wrong? We buy dishes, plates, we lock them away, they are for visitors.
For the visitors.
So we do the same thing with technology. So until we stop thinking that things are going to break and understand that innovation happens when things are broken, that's how you learn, then that's where we'll get it. So I'm requesting all of us, I know we are at higher education level, but let's get involved at ECE. so that we bring in the new mindset of saying, yes, it has been messed up for the older ones, but the ones that are growing up now, let them break things, let them get dirty. We are worried about, we are buying our kids 5,000 rand techies. Now, when a child is wearing expensive things, they can't build anything because don't step on that thing, it's gonna get dirty. You cannot build when you are worried about that. And that is why people can't even do agriculture. They don't know where the strawberry comes from. They actually, I don't know where they think it comes from. But when you see the strawberry, you think, oh my goodness, it's on the, you know? So therefore I'm saying, let's go back and let's advocate for getting on the ground and breaking things. And that is where innovation lies. Plagiarism. Plagiarism is not actually even about plagiarism, but it's about teaching ethical citizenship. Because if I teach you something, remember again, this is about brilliance. The people that are the best in actually, security, cyber security, those are the kids that were hacking. In South Africa, you are locked away for hacking. In the West, the hackers are taken and put in an innovation hub so that they can hack for the government. Because that is brilliance, that is being gifted. People, in most cases, that are in prison, and I'm not celebrating them, but I work with them. In most cases, it's people that are geniuses that are not given a chance to do things. Then they start, they're too clever for themselves. They start doing things that are weird. Leave alone that have, like whatever social problems and they steal and what. But I'm talking about the brilliant ones, the fraud, the hackers, the what. In other countries, they take that skill and make it positive. What are we doing with ours in the juvenile center? That's another challenge I'm giving you. So I'm saying, and in response to you, maybe we need to have as a MOOC, when students are coming at first year, an element of ethical, whether teaching ethics. And it's a simple thing to say that, yes, you can know how to cheat this thing and plagiarize, and we will not know. But at the end, you are cheating yourself. How do you know that? I'll talk about my space, higher education. We have people that are professors, but they can't present. They can't publish. They can't do anything. They can't even supervise a student. And they are professors. What did they do? They cheated the system. So when you are ethical, you realize that it's not about getting a degree. It's about learning the skill. So others will get through the gaps and they'll cheat, and they'll be cheating themselves. We don't mind. But those that are ethical, they will learn to do things properly because it's for their own benefit. Lastly, monitoring and evaluation. Whenever you are having all these instruments that you have, policies, constitution, this and this, each and every instrument that is supposed to enable development or enable the protection of human rights and whatever it is, it needs to have an element of monitoring and evaluation. Because there's no way you are going to have a policy that says, we are going to do this to our students, and you are not checking if it's being done. And you are not checking if the way that it was prepared as a policy enables the students. There should be each and every point of checking. Is it working? How can we change this so that it enables the students? And the first port of call is to go back to the same people that are supposed to be benefiting from these documents and ask them, this is your policy. Can we review it? Do you feel it's enabling you to be the student that you want to be? Let them talk. We talk about students, giving them a voice, but we don't consult our students. We sit there, old people, and make decisions for them, and things are falling apart. So those are the loops that I'm talking about, that let's keep on checking again and coming back so that our evidence that we collate through monitoring and evaluation can then influence practice. Evidence, practice. Otherwise, you can't practice without evidence that shows that these things are working. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. We are going to have two speakers here, but now before that, I just want to say thank you for all the people who raised some questions and comments. Thank you so much. At least this was a very fruitful discussion. And now, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll receive a message of support from the President of South African Public Colleges Organization, Mr. T.J. Kekan.
Thank you very much. Can you?
Yeah.
Program Director, thank you very much for the opportunity that you are giving the South African Public Colleges Organization to make a presentation. One thing that I love about messages of support is that there are no questions after that. That is why we don't even put a presentation so that you have got nothing to refer to. I see others are taking pictures of the slides, so you won't take picture of my speech. Program Director, distinguished guests, Retsote is the principal of Maluti and the Maluti TVET College Management and Leadership, UNISA leadership that is present here, my dear friend Mematlawa, who is also my colleague there at the National Skills Authority, coming from the biggest college in the province, the CET, and also representatives from the CET college itself, and maybe other CETs from South Africa. Principals of TVET colleges, if they are here, and staff. I've seen colleagues from Limpopo, as far as Limpopo. I've seen somebody from Lepalale and a team from Capricorn. I know Capricorn is one of the colleges that is leading in terms of research, so I know partly they are here to do some research. And whilst on the issue of research, Prof. Ngubane, thank you very much for challenging me in particular. I'm going to talk to you regarding what you said. I want to hold you to your word, and I'll ask Ntate to make sure that there's another meeting again so that we can give progress as to how did you assist me. One of my old friends, Dr. Raymond Patel, I was happy to see you. Esteemed speakers, partners, and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me say good afternoon. I'm not reading my speech verbatim because it was saying good morning here, but now I had to change a bit. It is indeed a great honor on behalf of the South African Public Colleges Organization, SAPCO, to deliver this message of support at the Maluti TVET College and UNISA seminar. Considering the kilos that one had to travel to come here, one would have preferred to showcase his digital skills by delivering this message virtually. But one of the things that we are also embarking on as SAPCO is to travel around the country so that we appreciate the distances that the principals and the staff members of those colleges have to travel when they go anywhere in the country. I had to do more than 500 Ks to come here. The flights, the same. It was just going to be a waste of time to fly, so driving was the best. But when you realize how far this place is, and you even ask yourself, how did these people end up in this area? I mean, there could have been better places that they could have chosen. Yeah, but we would like to say that this seminar takes place under the overarching theme, Harnessing Education, Training and Technology for Rural Economic Development, a pathway to transformation, With this year's focus on harnessing digital transformation in education for skills transfer and curriculum innovation, this is a powerful and timely theme that aligns with the very mission of SAPCO in strengthening the role of TVET colleges in South Africa's developmental agenda. I think I've seen Dr. Vele. I hope he did not leave because I did not greet him in the beginning. And Dr. Vele is from the department. But we note that today, according to the program, the seminar is providing rich foundation for our discussions. The opening remarks and obviously the welcome address shared earlier remind us of the importance of building collaborative spaces to strengthen partnerships between higher education and TVET institutions. And one of the things, Prof. Ngubane, I'm one person that I get irritated easily. We like to talk. We once formed a team in Limpopo with the mines, and I think you are also in the University of Limpopo. The university said the colleges are not coming to us. That is what the university was saying. And the chairperson said, why don't you go to them? If they're not coming to you, why are you not going to them? Because if we'll continue with this mentality that somebody else is better than the other, we are going nowhere. And at times we find that there are comments to say, we want to collaborate, we want to work together. But when actually we have to sit down and start drafting what needs to be done, somebody pulls in that direction and make it impossible for others to do that. So one wish is that perhaps maybe at some point we will just be very, very much honest with ourselves. I heard you talking about, when they were talking about plagiarism, Prof, saying that, there are professors who are, we call them professors, and we, Basut, hello, professor. And he did that through plagiarism, and he does not want to, when you invite him to come and speak, he looks at his diary and says, let me look at my diary first. I'll share you a joke. They was in a meeting, they were sitting in the boardroom, and they said, no, can we agree on a date? Let's meet. This guy said, no. Guys, I'm very busy. Let me look at my diary. So the other guy, was watching, to see, hopefully the pages will be full of pen. The diary was empty. And the guy was trying to say he's very busy. Because if I stole my professorship or my PhD, I will not agree to any presentation or any meeting. But I know when I walk out here, you'll call me doctor, you are forced. But, and I'm saying this because the level of honesty in our country has deteriorated. Let me continue and not speak about that one. The shared purpose of this seminar, ladies and gentlemen, have successfully clarified the collective goals needed to drive innovation in teaching and learning, whereby the neglect of fusing digital into our teaching and learning, one will do so at his or her own peril. One is waiting with anticipation to listen to the keynote address, which will be focusing on scaling digital skills, which shall highlight the urgency of preparing a workforce that is not just employable, but future ready. Equally, of importance is the key takeaways from the keynote on bridging the digital divide, which will remind us that technology must not widen inequalities, but rather close the gap for marginalized communities. The strategies for integrating digital tools in curriculum development underscore the importance of aligning education with the needs of the economy and fourth industrial revolution. The signing of the MOI, which we believe it will be a milestone for the TVET sector and also for UNISA, it will definitely mark a historic step in building institutional collaboration for the future. And we believe that with time, that will be extended to other TVET colleges. As SAPCO, we appreciate the next sessions, whereby exploration of how digital innovation can empower education, including the use of games to inspire confidence in mathematics, adaptive assessments to support learners with disabilities, and community engagement strategies to expand digital skills. One will wish that there could be funding made available for those who just want to play around with things. Because when we grew up, when you touch something, we told, stop it. And at the end of the day, we are even scared now. Some of us are scared of even the simple cell phone, which you won't even break, because there's no way to break it. To go in it, you'll need to have that mind shift of saying, let me just go in. I bought a computer some time back at home, and I was working on it. Then I left, and then took a break. My son went in very young. I think at that time he was 4 years old. Goodness gracious me! I asked myself, how did you get in here now? Because I don't know how to get out. So some of the things that we were scared to do, 4-year-old. I remember the joke by Steve Harvey who says that, one lady was proud to say, my 4-year-old is able to work a TV remote. And then he said, hello, where was a TV when you were 4-year-old? So nowadays kids, they are fighting, the small ones, they are no longer fighting for the poppy, the little popo. And to make matters worse, in those days, they were all white for whatever reason. You never had a popo. But now, right now, what they are doing, they are crying for your cell phone. 3-year-old is crying for your cell phone because now they are able to maneuver. And those are things that we are supposed to encourage so that we should be able to explore more. A concluding thoughtful synopsis, ladies and gentlemen, drawing together of key lessons and setting the tone for continued dialogue shall be warmly welcomed. Tomorrow, we believe that you will be building on this foundation that will be setting today for deeper exploration. Emphasis should be on reflection on how higher education can be reimagined in the digital age, ensuring relevance and impact, and a critical discussion on cybersecurity and digital literacy reminds us that digital transformation must also be safe, secure, and sustainable. The perspectives of the attributes that graduates require from the fourth IR do highlight the need to constantly adapt our curricula. Equally, the emphasis on psychosocial wellness in digital transformation ensures that we are not only training the mind, but also caring for the whole person. Topics on bridging learning and labor and designing future-ready curricula really reaffirm the importance of linking education to the realities of the workplace. The discussions on leveraging artificial intelligence and big data should show us the immense potential of technology to personalize and transform learning experiences. As the seminar will conclude tomorrow with reflections and expressions of gratitude, it is clear that these conversations will not end here, but we should be pursued even in the future. Instead, they will form the basis for ongoing partnership strategies and innovations that reshape the future of education in our country. We will emerge across both days in a seminar that balances vision, practicality, and inclusivity. SAPCO stands firmly in support of the objectives of this seminar. We commit to working hand in hand with the UNISA, Maluti TVET College, and all partners represented here to ensure that the strategies shared become part of our national effort to strengthen TVET education, to empower youth, to drive rural and urban development through skills and innovation. Together, let us ensure that education, training, and technology remain the keys of unlocking South Africa's transformation. I thank you and God bless.
No problem. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thank you, Ndade Kekana. Thank you very much, Ndade Kekana, for your message. In fact, I'm just happy that now we've got a blessing from SAPO to go on with the partnership and collaborations. So, so in other words, our partnership is bigger now. We can go anywhere and do this because we've got a blessing from you, Ndade. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll also have another A message of support from Mrs. M.A. Matlawa, the principal of the Free State Community Education and Training College. Mme Matlawa, she's a principal of a big college, a Free State. Again, Daddy. Okay, Rahul.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Nshapo, the Chairperson of Council of Maluti, the leadership from UNISA, stakeholders, and protocol observed. I have been requested to offer a message of support, but also share an overview of the Community Education and Training College. So I will then use the presentation just to share that. So, but I'll work within my 15 minutes allocated. I'm also representing an organization of the community college principal called SETCO. And so I'm also representing them in terms of this event. Right, thank you very much. Firstly, I'll start with our message of support. And I'll also provide an overview, then I'll have closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this seminar is aligned with the Minister's priority for developing digital platforms for CET colleges, and also in addressing the digital divide in communities through the use of digital skills. This he mentioned while he was still a deputy minister in 2025 budget speech. But however, as CT College and also as the Free State CT College, we pledge our support, not only to support in today's meeting, but also to be the participant in this 5-year theme. So we pledging that from next year, we will not just come and deliver a message of support, we will be the participant in this agenda of digital transformation. And we are in support of this initiative, and for the CT colleges, we're saying, I heard the CEO of NEMISA speaking about AI, robotics, and so on. But however, in the CT colleges, we are saying, let's start with the basics. Let's talk basic requirement for our students to be able to participate in this digital era. So we've also just looked at what the academics are saying with regard to education. They are saying integrating digital literacy with critical thinking offers significant advantage in education. And there are support also from Bejagovic and Manajavak, who are saying digital skills strongly correlate with employment, requiring strategies such as inclusive curricula to promote digital literacy. Therefore, the integration of digital literacy in our curriculum is no longer an option. I think it's what we should do. Hence, we call it the basics. And we're saying in this digital era, we need to really prepare our students. And we mean at all levels, from school, community colleges, TVET colleges, and university. Because research has proven that things are changing. Even that digital world is changing, and we need to prepare them in order to really enhance productivity at all levels, to foster participation in this current world. I just want to bring something scary. While we're thinking of TVET colleges, we're thinking of the universities and school. There are this part of citizens that we always not mention. The people who are not in education, not in employment, and not engaged in any form of labor market, not contributing to South Africa in any form, and also not building on their skills base through education and training, and we call them the need. The Stats SA of 2025 showed that 45.1% of these people are there in our country, meaning we actually playing when we talk of access. If 4 in every 6 adults, out of school youth are there just not doing anything. And as CT College, we are seen as one of the safety net for this group of individuals. And the mandate for us is not only for this, it's anybody who is not in school and not building on their capacity. So we are saying digital literacy is necessary for students to become digital citizens and be prepared to be a participant in this digital era. Then this necessitates integration into a CET curricula also. So, but however, there are issues that we should look into. Incorporation of digital literacy into curriculum design require basics such as access to devices, the internet, the modern computer facilities, digital infrastructure. We spoke of technical assistance. So with these limitations, really, there would be a considerable impact on educational outcomes. There is another researcher who looked at the CT colleges, and she says that technology is not used in the teaching of and learning of adult students at CT college, creating barriers such as low levels of digital literacy skills. So once we talk of low levels of digital literacy skills, we can't talk of digital transformation. So I'm just trying to really, in my message of support, just highlight that we do have a bigger problem out there that need focus. And these citizens, if we are not going to give them attention, we're really going to have a challenge. Dr. Thabo said to me, please ask the CT graduate to apply. I think it was last week. UNISA is closing on the 10th. I said, they don't have resources to even apply. So it's just showing that really the TVET, the university, and all of us must really collaborate and ensure that we support citizens. Thank you very much, and I really want to support. We really, like I said, we don't want to support, we are participant. Now let me give a highlight now on what a community college are. These are public colleges established in 2015 as part of the post-school education and training in the DHET to cater for youth and adults who did not complete their schoolings, who never attended school, and in most cases, they don't even qualify to be at the TVET college and universities. And most of them are amongst the need. So as a country, we do have a challenge. And the establishment of CT colleges, you remember that it used to offer a basic literacy before, but in 2015, there were changes so that our government is also aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And one of the SDG indicates that, information communication technology has a potential to bridge the digital divide. With the history in South Africa, when we talk of digital divide, you must come to CT College and see it practical. And therefore, we should also support inclusive knowledge society and empowerment. As CT colleges, we also want to make a valuable contribution by also increasing the percentage of youth and adults who have achieved at least a minimum level of proficiency in digital literacy skills. And this is as per UNESCO's mandate. So we really have a role to play in this vision. So CT College the Free State City College was established in 2015 by the Minister of Higher Education and Training. Our offices are based in Bloemfontein. We took over the former public adult learning centers from the provinces, and we now call them community learning centers. And under community learning centers, we have satellite learning centers. These are learning sites where teaching and learning is taking place. In the Free State, we have 186 sites. So anywhere in the Free State, any town, any village, in the rural Harib, if you're looking for the service we do, we are available. So in terms of students enrollment, I always challenge TVET colleges that I'm actually bigger than most of them in terms of the student numbers. So Ntatekekan, I agree. I'm sure I'm even bigger than Skukuni. So we have currently 17,000 students. And really this is nothing. If you look at the number of students or number of adults who are not doing anything. So we need to be capacitated with infrastructure and all sorts to be able to take more. Now, where do you find CT College? I will give an example of Free State, but it's also national. We have 167 learning sites in the Free State hosted by schools. So you can just imagine, how do you even offer robotics in that rural school in Harib? Now, the other challenge, because schools must operate in the morning, we operate in the afternoons. Only 13 centers have their own buildings. And the rest of the centers, we are also having a relationship with the Department of Correctional Services. Therefore, we also support them. Now, our mission is really widen participation and access to community education, reskilling, training and educating for employment and entrepreneurship, and providing second chance learning opportunities. The former MEC in the province said, Mematlawa, where do you get these students? And the answer was, go and ask your principals and district director. What is it that they do to make sure that these students do not finish school? So we offer these programs, adult education and training, which is basic literacy, where we teach them how to read and write first. Because for some reasons, I don't know what the country is doing, people still cannot read and write. And therefore, we have to cater for them. We also have a qualification at NQF level 1 called GETC, General Education and Training Certificate. We have senior certificate. We also offer occupational qualifications, which also have challenges in itself because of lack of infrastructure and resources. And we also offer non-formal programs, programs such as, ethical leadership, etc. We also provide for persons with disability, and we do have 3 centers. We are, in the Free State, we are building the first community learning center in the country. We just want to share that although there are challenges, there is progress in terms of addressing these challenges. So this is also here in Mofutsanyana, in a small town called Reitz, Nketwane local municipality. So we just also want to share that we are not just sitting, there is progress in terms of supporting the community college students. Now we just want to show the progress, and like I said, this is the first community learning center in the country to be built. And we are not doing this with the support of the tranche from the department, is through one of the sitters. We always want to acknowledge them. Right now, in terms of how do we now prepare our students to be able to participate in this digital era, we also received some funding from WRCTA, where we established 6 computer labs. There was nothing. When we talk of digital transformation, Prof, also bear in mind that in other areas of our country, there is literally nothing. So these are the first, computer labs to be built for community colleges. We just want to show that. I think we have few in our province, almost in all the districts except Harib. So we also just wanted to share that. Now, in closing, we just want to say that CT colleges are really in dire need of digital literacy skills and basic digital infrastructure to be able to participate in the digital era. Now, we have also noted that there are limited research on CT colleges. So we hope that this seminar will actually challenge academics that are here to also look into this space. We're requesting universities like UNISA to actually identify research topics in CT colleges, could be linking to funding, infrastructure, digital skills, governance, staff development, curriculum innovation, so that they at least influence policy and administration. I thank you very much, and these are my contact details. Did I make it on time?
Yes, make it on time.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mimatawa. Kaniti, this is a big task in the country, because we also have, as we've indicated, we have a backlog in terms of just reading and writing, basic literacy. I remember some years back, before I left these shores, we once had a project that was trying to address the issue of illiteracy here in Kwakwa. And then we had ironically, the name was almost the same with the TVET college, because it was Maluti Community College Initiative at that time. Some of the students were drivers of the buses, the local buses. But just to put it short, is that now, when you give people the opportunity to read, to get basic education, you are doing a very important thing. I remember one of the drivers came back to the classes and said to the facilitator, one of my teachers at that time, she said, "Me, kiboni ingotu APSA, kiboni ingotu APSA." But this person has been going to APSA almost every month. But it was the first time I born out ingotu APSA. You can take it for granted. That person unaya APSA every now and then, but unasaboni ingotu APSA. Unaizewa fela kadi kamatswa ki APSA. But for the first time, it's like opening something. So still today, who cannot even write their names. So there's a lot that we're supposed to do as a country. But anyway, thank you, Matawa, for whatever you're doing, and Leruna for supporting you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to go for lunch. But when I read lunch, it's 30 minutes. Two. Okay. I read in your 2 o'clock, please. Bye-bye. Okay. So what we can do now, I think we can continue with our program. I think I have Mr. Vele, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Can you hear me? Sorry, I told you. All right. We'll have Mr. T.W. Vele, Acting Director, TVET Curriculum Development and Support from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Okay, Ndade Vele will give us its presentation on strategies for integrating digital tools for effective curriculum development and skills transfer. Thank you very much, Ndade.
Can I change this? I have made changes. I'll just project here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. I will have to be quick because it looks like I'm the fellow who's standing between you and lunch now. Yeah, my name is Thabo TVET. I come from the DHET. Now, I have made a lot of change. That's why you saw the technical glitch here. Because of the overlaps in the topics that are being presented here today. I mean, all of them links to digital skills, digital tools, digital strategy, and all within the space of teaching and learning. So I realized from the first presentation that there's going to be a lot of repetition. So I tried to change a few of the things that I had previously prepared on my presentation so that I can also get an opportunity to share maybe some other perspectives or information that may not relate to the digital skills. Whatever we do in the space of teaching and learning, or in the PSET, whether we are in TVET, whether we are in CET, whether we are in higher education, we are all guided foundationally by the Constitution. And the section that relates to our work in the Constitution, it's section 29(1)(b), which talks about the right to further education through reasonable means without unnecessary obstacles. Now, there are also other legislation that are more secondary to the Constitution. It's the Continuing Education and Training Act of 2006 with all its amendments. It's also currently being reviewed also to align with the changes in the space. Now, this piece of legislation provides us with information around governance, the structures, the objectives, around the operation of TVET and CET systems. There's also a Skills Development Act, which sets out legislation that supports the agenda of skills development in the country. And in its implementation, it's supported by the National Skills Development Plan, the various iterations. Then you also have the National Qualifications Frameworks Act, which provides for the establishment and existence and function of the South African Qualification Authority, the quality councils, of which one which is relevant to us is the Quality Council for Trade and Occupations, or the QCTO. And then you will have UMalusi for General and Further Education and Training, and then the CHE, or the Council on Higher Education, for higher education. Now, it's important that I give this background so that we know that whatever we do, it's not isolated to what everybody is doing in trying to achieve the aspirations of our country. We are doing it in the education space based on the constitutional mandates, and everybody else who's sitting at social development or in the police or in the army, we are all carrying a mandate that is constitutionally based. Colleagues, the context of the TVET digital skills, has been outlined by the various speakers earlier. We're all grappling with a high youth unemployment with a huge demand for digital skills and fourth industrial revolution skills. Now, the TVET system is identified as a key cog in this machinery to produce skills, to reduce unemployment, to provide more entrepreneurial skills so that we can have people who work, but also people who create employment. But it also provides for an opportunity for further learning. Now, our task is to ensure, the task that we have is to ensure that curricula and teaching and learning methods that we employ equip students with relevant and transferable skills. Now, when I say we, I take it that the people who are sitting around here and those that are online are people who are involved in one or the other educational activity. So that's why I say we. Colleagues, let me also just provide some information around the process that we have started embarking on in terms of curriculum transformation in the TVET sector. Now, I will express this using the three pathways that exist within the programs and qualification mix of TVET colleges. There are three ways or three pathways that a learner or a person who want to pursue studies or learning at a TVET college can follow. There are three pathways. Two of them accommodates any person who have completed grade 9 or they have dropped it out at grade 10 or 11, or they've also dropped out at grade 12 without completing the National Senior Certificate. Now, they have two pathways that they can follow. The first one is they can follow the National Certificate Vocational currently, which is an equivalent qualification to the NSC or Matric or grade 12. It starts at NQF level 2 and it completes at 4 with exit points at every level. Now, that qualification is a dual purpose qualification. Dual in a sense that it provides learners who complete it with an opportunity to articulate into other vocational and occupational qualifications starting at NQF level 5 and upwards. This could be higher certificates, it could be diplomas at a University of Technology, it could be higher occupational certificates or occupational diplomas that sits on the occupational qualification sub-framework. The second purpose is that this qualification in some specializations like IT, the engineering and related, mechatronics and others, it can also provide the people who complete it with skills and competencies that enable them to get into entrance level jobs. So that is the second purpose for this qualification. You can enter into entry level in a job with such kind of a qualification. You can also pursue apprenticeship training with that qualification. The second pathway of people who have grade 9, 10, or 11, or dropped out at 12, it's those who go to a TVET college to pursue occupational qualifications, national occupational qualifications, which are mainly trades, but there are also non-trades occupational qualifications. Now, trades are mainly 3-year qualifications, which result into an artisan certificate. But there are also non-trade occupational qualifications that exist. They could be 1 year, they could be 18 months, they could be 2 years, some of them even 3 years. So when we talk occupational qualifications in the TVET space, we are not only talking 3-year and 4-year trades. There is over 800 occupational qualifications that are registered on the Occupational Qualification Sub-Framework, which is managed by the QCTO. So when we think around occupational qualifications, we should not always think the heavy occupational trades. You must remember, we only need to sustain our economy. We only need 30,000 artisans per year in this country to sustain ourselves. If we then grow, we'll probably need a little bit more. Now, if we want everybody to be an artisan, and we put everybody in occupational qualifications that are trades, can you see the danger that is going to happen in the next few years? Remember, we're currently producing about 20 to 22,000 artisans per year, and we only need 30,000 to sustain ourselves. Now, if we put each and every student that comes to TVET colleges into the trade occupational qualifications, we have a current enrollment in the TVET of about 500 and something thousand. We only need to put 50,000 students. If we go on a rate maybe of a throughput rate of 60%, which is even lower than the current throughput rate on the centers of specialization. They are actually at about above 90. So let's just be conservative and think about it. If we enroll 50,000 students in the system on trade-related occupational qualifications, and we have a throughput of 2/3, it means that in 3 years, we will be having a saturation of artisans because we'll probably be producing plus minus just over plus minus 35,000 artisans per year in the TVET, public TVET system, not considering the private and so on. So can you see that if we just put everybody into these trades qualifications, we're going to end up in a few years with artisans who are working at ShopRite. So that's just food for thought. Now, the third pathway, it's for those students who have completed grade 12 or who have the National Senior Certificate. Currently, we enroll them in what we call the National End Diploma. Now, the National End Diploma is that controversial qualification which is being phased out. It comprises of the N4 to N6 programs, which are the theoretical component, and it also has an experiential learning component, and that gives you the National End Diploma. So we also enrolling a lot of students in that qualification currently, but there are also higher certificates that some colleges offer in collaboration with universities, and I think UNISA is one of those institutions that collaborate with TVETs to offer a higher certificate. Now, this is the current program and qualification mix and 3 pathways within the TVET. In future, going forward. The National Certificate Vocational is going to be gradually integrated into the three-stream model that is offered in schools. It means the National Certificate Vocational is no longer going to be part of the programs and qualification mix of TVET. I don't have time frames. We have not started planning the details. But I'm just giving you an indication, a signal. They say signal. Politicians talk about signals. So I'm giving you a signal that the National Certificate Vocational is going to be integrated into the three-stream model. There's a vocational stream in the three-stream model that schools have to implement. I want that to sink in. Now, why are we doing this? Why are we bringing a qualification into TVET after a few years? It's going away again. It's like we don't know what we are doing. Now, let me try to explain it. When the NCV was introduced in 2007, actually when it was conceptualized even before that, the understanding was that there's a lot of youth who's dropping out of school at grade 10 and 11. And the understanding was that many of them are ending up, some in TVET, others not anywhere. And there must be a vocational orientated qualification that should accommodate them, so that if they pursue this qualification, they should also have an opportunity to come back into the academic space at a later stage. So they follow a vocational qualification that allows them to pursue occupations and vocational stream careers, but it should also allow them to come back into the academic side at a later stage. And this qualification was developed for that group. But what then happened is that over the years when this qualification was then implemented, it is not attracting that group of people. It was supposed to be enrolling this group of people who are between 15 and 19. Between the ages of 15 and 19, who are leaving school or who do not really want to pursue academic learning, they want to go vocational, and they have an opportunity to do that early. But the qualification is not attracting those people. Currently, over 2/3, okay, I can actually give you the stats for between 2022 and 2024. Over 80% of people who are enrolling on NCV already have grade 12 or already have the NSC. 2/3 of those are between the ages of 20 and 24. Only 11 to 16% of learners who enroll on NCV are between the ages of 15 and 19. And majority of those would be those that qualification was developed for. So the NCV is not serving its purpose. (11 to 16% of people who enroll on NCV is the correct targeted group. More than 80% of people who enroll on NCV are not supposed to be enrolling on NCV because they've already completed an equivalent qualification, which is the National Senior Certificate. So that qualification is not serving its purpose, and we should start planning to shut it down. So in future, the NCV won't be there in the PQM of TVET colleges. You will remain with the occupational qualifications, the trade-related and the non-trades. But the other qualification that won't be there in future is the National End Diploma, the NATED Report 191 Diploma, which comprises of N4 to N6 programs and the experiential learning. What you will then have in that space, it's higher occupational certificates at NQF level 5, you will have advanced certificates at NQF level 6, and you will also have occupational diploma, which has an exit at NQF level 6. Now, depending on the design and structure and learning area, some of them are 3 years, which starts at 5 and exit at 6. Already the engineering, mechanical engineering and electrical engineering, they've already been registered, I think since 2023, August, or 2023, October, somewhere there. They already exist, those occupational diplomas, which sort of directly replaces the national end diploma, but in the occupational space. So what you will then also in the TVET space is that colleges will also have to make a lot of collaborations with universities of technology and in some instances traditional universities where it's feasible to offer higher certificates, advanced certificates, and diplomas that sits on the higher education qualification sub-framework. So those are the things that colleges will also have to do going forward. So this collaboration between UNISA and Maluti TVET, it's positioned well to carry out this kind of aspirations. Now, we have talked about these occupational qualifications. Why? What are these? Why these occupational qualifications? Why are we so obsessed about them? It's because these qualifications are more practical, they are relevant, and they are employment-oriented. Remember, these qualifications are not developed by some academics sitting somewhere looking at reports and surveys and all of those things. They are developed with industry leading because they are developed by sitters in a process that is managed by the Quality Council of Trade and Occupations, or the QCTO. SITAs is where the industry role players sit. It's where the sector's skills are planned through the sector skills plans. So SITAs are best placed to develop relevant and responsive qualifications because they sit with the industry. And they also have a responsibility to develop sector skills plans. So it's a place where the relevant and most responsive qualifications can then be developed. And that's why these occupational qualifications. Okay? Developed with and for industry. They are also aligned to the national development goals and global trends. So we are moving away from those theory-heavy, theory-based qualifications in the form of NATED. Now, there are conversations or narratives that says, yeah, but now, what will we do with people who are at work and they want to do these subjects in the NATED? We've heard this in some quarters. But occupational qualifications can still be offered in a distance learning mode. What stops that? Because all you need for the workplace-based is the workplace partner where the student is. So you still offer your theoretical or knowledge component in the college after hours. But the workplace-based, the student is already at work. You just have to have a formal relationship with the workplace so that the workplace component is taken care of. So there's a myth that says occupational qualifications cannot be offered by distance learning. That is a myth. They can, because you already have your workplace where the student is. Okay, so just to give that background. I think we have had a lot since this morning about the challenges that we have around technological infrastructure. So I'm going to move from the stuff that I was talking about now of PQMs and policy. We'll get down to the nitty-gritty of the digital skills. So there's challenges around infrastructure gaps, unreliable internet and limited devices that both teaching staff and students have access to. Students struggle with data and connectivity. There's also a challenge of lecturer readiness. There's uneven levels of competencies when it comes to the use of digital tools, and also the confidence in using digital tools. So it's not just the uneven competency levels, but there is also an issue of lecturers not being confident. Once they have learned the use of certain digital tools, they also need to gain the confidence to use that and integrate them in their teaching and learning facilitation. There is also a challenge of industry alignment. So which means we need to have closer integration of workplace tools into teaching. And this doesn't mean that we have to go and source and equip our workshop with industrial machinery. Because there are people who think that when we talk about integrating workplace tools into teaching, we are talking about going and procuring heavy industrial equipment and machinery and put them in workshops and labs to replicate production in industry. No. That's not what it means. It means procuring educational facilitating equipment, not industrial equipment. If you want to procure industrial equipment and you want to start a factory, then that's something else. Maybe you want to create a third stream income. But there are educational facilitating tools that links with industry processes that you can use to train. We are not saying you must bring the factory into the college or the campus. Now, why digital tools matter? Because they support blended teaching and learning, either in the face-to-face environment, more interactive, or in an online situation where students can engage together, or they can engage with facilitators, engage with the teaching and learning material online. But these tools also help lecturers to design and update curricula more efficiently. They can, continuously update, review their materials and approaches more efficiently when they use digital tools. The digital tools can also enable practical skills training through simulations. So you can have your simulation tools to support the practical skills development. They create opportunities for continuous feedback and student engagement. I think the colleague from Profiler who was talking about the data that they have at their fingertips that we are not using. You know, with technological tools like they have, you can continuously get feedback on any aspect of learning, and that then feeds into the improvement of your teaching and learning, and in some instances, policy decisions. These are some of the effective strategies and digital tools that I've identified. The use of learner management system for course planning and also for delivery. Now, there's a variety of learning management systems that exist out there, from Moodle-based to Blackboard and other Google-based learner management systems. But what we have noticed is that most of the colleges are using the functionalities of just repositories. You know, they're just using them to store documents and people can access those documents. Or you share notes, you share digital learning material, but there isn't a lot of interactive functions in those learner management systems that are being pursued. So we should start moving beyond just using those systems as hard drives. We are using them just as hard drives. You just go and store material, learners can look at them. Or we are using them for communication. You can access messages and you can get videos there. Yeah, but you can download a video anywhere, anyway. So we should start making them more interactive in real time. Now, the other effective strategy is to collaborate on shared resources to avoid reinventing the wheel. So you don't have to restart everything. There is open educational resources that exist where you don't have to use money to download, to interact, to use learning material. So the digital tools enables teaching and learning officials to collaborate and also using those OERs. The use of virtual tools for trades, like your visual reality-based tools. The examples that we have given here is for welding, for automotive repair simulators, and electrical circuits applications. So these are some of the virtual tools that you can pursue in facilitating learning within the TVET context. Digital assessment and feedback. So some of the strategies that you can use for assessment and feedback, like e-portfolios, where students can use the various media, photos, videos, in developing e-portfolios, which you then assess and have, in some instances, have interactive feedback. Online quizzes and interactive assessments, but also integration of industry tools through partnerships. Now, I've talked a bit about that earlier when I said we're not bringing the machinery, the production machinery from the industry to the college, but they are industry tools that we can collaborate with industry and have access to facilitate the skills development and learning in the TVET space. And I've made examples here of Cisco and Huawei, which are some of the partners that we have that have established academies in our TVET colleges in the area of ICT. Now, this is one aspect around, the use of digital tools that I isolated just to concentrate on it in isolation, just building the lecturer's confidence. I think this is one of the things that is very key. You can have any continuous professional development programs, the best ones, and you can take lecturers to them, they will obtain certificates. You can take them to any qualification, they will obtain it. But in order for them to be effective and use this kind of
Yeah.
I'm married.
Okay, I think. Kinana. Hmm? Re ke re ba botse gore ba okay ke nana solanka ka oh yeah yeah ra kgona okay o kana wa
Mara in case of yes, it is.
So no need for teams, eh?
Yeah, no need for teams.
Okay, we are fine. We are fine.
Yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we'll have Mr. Maruma, Mr. K. Maruma, from UNISA. Mr. Maruma will present Empowering Education Through Digital Innovation, Strategies for South Africa's Future-Ready Learning. Mr. Maruma is here. Mr. Maruma. Okay. Let's just see whether we have Naib Nalentate, Dr. L.M. Ralibesi. Okay. Dr. Ralibesi and Mrs. M.N. Sifadi, are they here? Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Now we'll have Dr. L.M. Ralibesi and Mrs. M.N. Sifadi from National University of Lesotho. Their presentation talk in mathematics. Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have two ladies here, Dr. Ralibesi, Miss Sifadi. Dr. Ralibesi. Oh, Dr. Ralibesi kiona, Miss Fadi kiona. Okay, Osfadik student is Dr. Ralibesi. This Miss Fadi is a student, Dr. Ralibesi. Cannot use the presentation, okay?
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I feel honored to be given this opportunity to present an action research case study that was conducted in Lesotho primary class. As you can see, our topic is displayed. I'm really sorry. As you can see, our topic, the problem that we identified in learners was the negative self-talk. So we decided to come up with the innovative intervention strategy, which is digital games, in order to reduce that prevailing situation. Negative self-talk, as research as internalized beliefs of inadequacy in learners that hinders their performance as well as their engagement in class. Learners doubt their abilities with negative self-talk. Learners doubt their abilities even when they are capable. It also erodes the confidence and curiosity to attempt. That is to say, learners feel demotivated. They lose their willingness to participate in class with negative self-talk. It also leads to poor performance. Like we said, that it erodes their confidence and curiosity to attempt. Their performance ends up being poor. As a result, learners end up having the low self-worth in mathematics. Allow me to move into the values of digital math games, which is our intervention strategy. Digital games capture the learner's attention, motivation, as well as it also promotes their engagement, which are all the crucial learning dynamics: attention, motivation, and learner engagement. The digital games also offer the immediate feedback and promote the sense of accomplishment. That is through their elements. Digital games with their interactive play element solidifies understanding of math concept, reinforcing the concepts. They also create a more enjoyable and less anxiety-provoking relationship with mathematics, encouraging the positive association with mathematics curriculum. Negative self-talk in mathematics, according to the research, is a global circumstance of the issue that normally manifests through the phrases, the negative phrases like, I can't do it, I am bad at maths, I am not able. Like I said, that is when learners have the negative perception. It lowers their engagement as well as their performance. Math anxiety has increased in the past decades, according to the research. And some students feel helpless with math problem. And colleagues, whenever the student feel helpless, whenever their perception is negative, there is no how they are going to make it. Even the Bible says, as the man thinks, so he is. When they have got when their perception is negative, that simply says their performance is also going to be negative. That is why we came up with this innovative intervention strategy to see to it that we do away with the learner's negative perception. Like I said, that students feel helpless with math problem. However, math is crucial as part of STEM subjects. The STEM subject that the government rely or benefits from them and critical thinking, as well as problem solving. Which is Lesotho. I forgot to say that I'm from the National University of Lesotho. I'm the student of Dr. Galebese here. In Lesotho, there is the consistent low performance in mathematics as shown by those of us, and it was reported that it is due to various factors like identities, inequalities, as well as math anxiety. The digital natives learn best through technology. So we think the digital learning or the digital games is the approach that aligns exactly with their preferable learning styles. Digital math games improve learner performance. That is because they are highly engaged when learning through the games. They are motivated, so their performance is likely to improve for the better. The action research followed the qualitative approach, and we used the purposive sampling to select 6 of 34 learners in that particular classroom. And the method that we used is observation as well as the interview protocol. I'm going to get deeper in that one in the next slide. The data, we analyzed our data through the themes. We were using the observation guide like I said, that we used the observation method. Data collection was divided into 3 phases, of which the first one is pre-observation, was pre-observation data. It was intended to obtain the baseline data. And its main purpose was to identify the observable psychological and physical anxiety indicators, participation level, as well as self-talk. The indicators that we got in our first phase, being the pre-observation collection, are as follows: high level of anxiety, the negative self-talk, and the reluctance to participate. With this first phase collection, we did not implement the intervention strategy because we wanted to see, or we wanted to collect the baseline data. We wanted to see the level of their negative self-talk, the level of learners' anxiety, and the other indicators. After the pre-observation data collection, we moved to the second phase, in which we implemented our intervention strategy, which is the digital math games. For this one, like I said, that we implemented our intervention strategy in this phase, we selected the concept from our curriculum, which is the place values. It is the very important concept in which we learn the numbers, their values, their possessions, as well as their relationships. And under the concept place value, we selected the sub-concepts that complement the place value, which are, the first one is comparing of the numbers, and the second sub-concept is ordering of the numbers in 2 ways, being the ascending and descending order. For the concept place value of the 7-digit numbers, since it was in grade 6, we used the place versus value game. We had only 3 laptops, but we managed, since we only selected 6 learners who seem to have high level of math anxiety. And for the comparing, which is our first sub-concept under the place value, comparing of the numbers up to 7-digit, we used the digital game, which is called the comparing number sort, where learners were comparing the numbers up to 7-digit. We also had the other sub-concept, which I said is ordering of the numbers up to 7-digit. I said in this one, under this sub-concept, they were using the two ways, which are the ascending and descending order. So for that sub-concept, we used the number train game. Colleagues, allow me to get to the findings as shown in themes. learners during our first phase, learners seem to have the phobia to use the laptops. They hesitated to interact with the games. So this is how we intervened. We gave them laptops outside the formal learning context, so that they get used to them. We gave them at lunchtime, and they were just watching them. We got back to the process where we saw the change. They were gradually coming to getting used to the laptops. We also observed their engagement in the given activities. Their participation increased gradually. They focused on math tasks. That was the result of the prolonged use of the laptops and the games, and the immediate feedback that seemed to motivate them. The gradual improvement of performance was also spotted, and that was the result of their improved self-confidence. We also had the other phase. Like I said, that we had the 3 phases, which the first one was the pre-observation collection, and during the second phase, that is where we started implementing our intervention strategy. And in this last phase, which is the third phase, it's the post-observation, and we included the brief interviews. In that phase, that is where we were to observe the level of learners' behavior, their confidence, as well as their negative self-talk, compared to the first phase, in which we said they seem to have the very low confidence, the higher level of negative self-talk in that first phase. So for the last phase, which is the post-observation, and where I said we included the interviews, we intended to observe their level of anxiety, confidence, attitude, and self-talk. Learners expressed more positive affirmation about their math ability, which they didn't have at first before we implemented the intervention strategy. I said before we implemented the intervention strategy, they would use the negative phrases against themselves. For instance, they would say, "I cannot do it. I am not good at maths." All those negative phrases. But in this phase, they expressed more positive affirmation, their abilities in mathematics, which denote the positive self-talk. There was also the noticeable shift towards more positive feeling about mathematics. In short, their attitude improved. They also increased their confidence. they felt more capable and willing to tackle their maths task. They would even ask for more tasks. Like I said, that we also included the brief interview. That is where learners, we only selected 3 of the 6 targeted learners, and that is where they expressed that they were feeling more motivated, curious, and capable. And they also said they enjoyed each maths lesson. Colleagues, allow me to get to the conclusion and recommendations. To the outcome of each activity as crucial in the implementation of the intervention strategy. Using of our intervention strategy being the digital games, mitigate them negative self-talk as we have seen from the first phase to the last phase, where I said we spotted the positive changes. The learners understanding, the conceptual understanding was enhanced through the use of the intervention strategy, as well as their confidence. The level of their confidence was just too high. They also exhibited the interest. We have also seen that the digital games foster the positive maths mindset through its interactive nature. Therefore, we recommend the adoption of digital games be integrated in maths curricula. I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fadi and Dr. Ralibis. Colleagues, I would suggest that because this place is going to be closed by 5 o'clock, that maybe we should try to shorten our presentation, because we don't want to close here before everybody has been given a chance to speak. So please, if you can just do that. But really, from what I heard from Ms. Fadi here, is that now the digital games have changed the attitude of the learners. The negative attitude that they had and the self-talk that was also negative. Hey, bona babiti runa ne jwetsa ko matishere fela hore wena ha o no tswela fela ntle go lebale ka metse o jwale utlwa ke ntho tse jwalo jwalo at least bona le dintho tse ba thusang hore ba tswelle pele. In fact, I remember since ke le moholo tjena dipalo ne di nhlola ha ke di etsa today ke bona ke di nepa ke a ipotsa hore ne ke hlolwa ke eng ka nakwana jwale ke ntho tse jwalo bana beso. Now we'll have actually entertain to o kgutlile na Tate K Maruma, is he back? Ya bona jwale batho ba nyamela ra le kopa tje the speakers tsa rona don't leave. In fact, we've got a nice package for you. Ska la tsamaya mona le sa thola ntho tsa lona because jwale re bona ka re la sia jwale no, we are not bribing you ne ntse re le beetse tsona. We are just saying that ska la tsamaya jwale re tlo etsa jwang ka di-parcela tse tsa lona tse. Now we are also pleased to introduce our next presentation that will be delivered by Mr. M.A. Khumalo, also from the National University of Lesotho. You will present a topic that says, addressing the issue of dropout rate among learners with disabilities, exploring effective adaptive assessment and intervention in Lesotho schools. Oh, virtual. Oh. No, virtual. Kumar. Keynote or virtual. Yeah. Oh. I'm not sure. We are trying to find out now because looks like Ndate was expected to be here. Mr. Kumar was expected to be here. Check. Okay.
Dr. Thabo, he's not connected online. He's not physically here and he's not connected.
Okay. All right then. Now we've got another speaker, but I'm not sure because I don't know the title whether it's a Miss Misty or Mrs. Miss K Mamuhato. Mamuhato. Liana from the National University of Lesotho. So Liana is not connected also because Doctor, did you know about okay, no, it's about virtual. Okay. Now we don't have K Mamuhato. K Mamuhato is not yet. Now, if that's the case, then, ladies and gentlemen, it means therefore we are left with only one item that will be the synopsis that will be presented by Professor Libilo. Professor Libilo is the Director of School of Agriculture and Life Science at UNISA. Please give Prof a warm welcome.
Going to need this. I have the script. I don't have the presentation as a synopsis.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Can I remove this?
Oh, can I qualify? Keep going. Yeah.
Thank you, Program Director. Colleagues, good afternoon. We can do better. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. From a human physiology point of view, after lunch, things tend to get quite sluggish. But I think your second response was quite nice. Let me thank you, Program Director. And colleagues, I will be riding on the protocol as indicated by our Program Director. First of all, I'm coming from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. And with me, I'm with Professor Siminya, who is the school director in the School of Ecological and Human Sustainability. First of all, let me thank the organizers, Mebupape, for inviting us to this event, this seminar. We are truly appreciated. And as I was listening to the keynote address, as I was listening to the presentations, and also the Q&A session, which was quite interesting, Dr. Thabo, I was so impressed. And last but not least, as I was listening to the presentation from National Lesotho University by the student, I was also impressed. Before I get to the synopsis of the day, let me congratulate the student who came in here to share with us their findings. Do you recall what Professor Magubani said this morning? She said there are some of the professors who cannot stand in front of people and talk. But ma'am and your supervisor, you are truly appreciated for your bravery. It's not easy to come in here. Some of us have to take sleeping tablets a night before. But I think you've got a bright future. Colleagues, coming to what I'm here for, I want to agree with what Mr. Gekana has highlighted this morning. You said with your presentation, there is no question and answer session. I think likewise, what I'm going to give you is a synopsis of what happened throughout the day. And along the way, I'm going to give you the UNISA stance as to, with this mega university, with around 450,000 students, where are we in terms of supporting the TVET colleges and also in terms of supporting the community education colleges, said. And that will become meaningful as we progress with this presentation. I've been given 30 minutes, so I'm going to exhaust it, everything, every second of it. Thank you very much. I think Dr. Thabo gave us a form of, the prelude to this event by indicating the importance of the digital system. And with UNISA, we do have what you call catalytic niche areas. And one of those is around fourth industrial revolution and digitalization. Yeah, it's after lunch, so you don't have to worry. And we truly appreciate that prelude. And he also emphasized on the importance of this partnership. I think, Mebupape, you are aware, and also members from the Maluti College. We should have visited the college somewhere in March. But due to competing priorities, we couldn't. But this time around, we had to pack everything. And I told Professor Siminya, we are going there. We are going to support, number one, our colleague, the plenary speaker, and also we are going to support our regional office ably led by Mebupape. And I will be failing in executing my duties if I don't mention the fact that Ntate Ramagoshi gave us in-house rules. But some of us, when we get to venues, we don't check the ablution facilities. When we went out in here, I had to ask and say, where are the ablution facilities? But I want to also indicate that Mr. Sotesi, the principal of Maluti TVET, set the scene quite nicely to say there is a partnership between UNISA and Maluti TVET College will go a long way and will create what you call a paradigm shift in terms of how we look at the TVET colleges. In one of the presentations, there was an issue around articulation, and I think it's Mr. Vele, but I'll get to that. Because it's quite critical. In actual fact, the DHEAD is quite vocal about that. We have to share with you stories whereby I present to you a candidate who started at TVET. But today, on the 1st of October, this candidate has got a doctorate. We have to share those. I'm giving you an example. This is the pathway that we are trying to create. And Mr. Sotesi indicated that this will also address the socio-economic positions in our society. It is quite difficult to achieve in silos. You always have to get partners to work with you. There is one item that was, I think it was deliberately skipped. It was on the signing for the MOU, but I think it will happen at some point. The reason I'm emphasizing this is because when we have this kind of partnership, you have to involve 4 key stakeholders. And this was highlighted in Mr. Sotesi's presentation. You have to involve the government, you have to involve the industry, you have to involve the communities, and lastly, you have to involve academia. Some of the scholars will call that a quadruple helix, GICA, GICA, in case you forget, GICA. It is through that we will be able to achieve the importance of universities, because you are going to consult with industry to say, what are your needs? They will tell you. And also you check, you do what you call needs analysis with communities and say, these rural communities, what is it that you're looking for? We don't have clean water, which is a major challenge in most of the suburbs in Gauteng. For those who are coming from Gauteng, they know what I'm talking about. Midrand, they've got the challenges with the water. Then, colleagues, let me go to the opening by Mebo Pape. Mebo Pape, you are truly appreciated for what you have highlighted, especially when you extend your talk on the Africa 2063, the Africa we want. There are quite some priorities that are captured in there. For those who are working on your computers, you can Google that to AU 2063. You will see the priorities that are given in there. They talk of improved agricultural production. And the partnership that we are going to create today along the way is going to address the agricultural aspects. During tea time, let me disclose this, and Tata Kokong will call me to order. He indicated to me that Maluti has got an experimental farm. And I said, UNISA just procured an experimental farm last year, September. So this partnership will create a platform whereby we are going to work together in terms of our student placement. looks like there was some hesitation in terms of can we applaud? Please, you can go ahead and applaud. And Mebo Pape also emphasized on the question of leadership and partnership. And if you want to run with whatever project, you have to have a very strong leadership. And the leaders of today, unfortunately, they're no longer into community interest, but they are into self-interest. Go and watch ENCA now. You'll be surprised. But I don't want to get into that. And over and beyond that, Mebo Pape shared with us some of the events that happened in the Northwest, and also in the Northern Cape, and also in Free State. And that was on articulation, as I've indicated earlier on, and also on skills development. And she emphasized the fact that innovation will play a major role, especially when you involve education, training, and technology. And that is the theme that brought us here. I like it is a 5-year theme, because in that case, we'll always be reminded. Mebu Pape, I'll be sending you email. We'll talk about this. Where are we? Because with the big projects such as this, you always have to do follow-up. Because if you don't do that, you're going to lose track of where you are. That is why with MOUs, you don't have a 10-year MOUs. No. You have a 5-year term so that you can be able to revisit and say, we have covered 1, 2, 3. We are left with 6, 7, 8. And she finalized her talk by indicating that everything that we are doing should not be limited to the SADC region, but it has to cover the whole Africa. And I'm extending that we have to talk globally. UNISA talks about internationalization, and there is a reason for that. We should be able to say we have got an exchange program with Southampton University, whereby they come in here for 6 months or 3 months. They go back after that period. And that is quite critical, because along the way, they're going to also learn about our culture and values. So that is quite critical, Mebupa. Coming to what Professor Magubane has highlighted, I think she gave a very strong keynote address. A round of applause for her, please. I mean, in her preamble, she talked about vocational training, and she gave us examples of that. Colleagues, it's just unfortunate, and I think Dr. Patel mentioned it, that as academics, we always, even though we are not doing that deliberately, we expect our kids to go into medical programs, into law, into pharmacy. And little do we know that in actual fact, our TVET colleges, they've got robust programs that can, if well run, that can lead to the improvement of our economy. And I think Professor Magubane highlighted that quite nicely. To say there are some of the skills that if you are in, or if you are raised in a certain way, it will be very difficult for you to acquire. Where I stay, you always get a neighbor saying, can you come and fix this ladder for me? And when I go in there, I'm like, is it the type of ladder that I know? the one that we used to go through, whether we're painting or we're going to the roof. I grew up in a rural area. And when we get there, it's a normal ladder. It just needs a set of pliers, and then you fix it. But because we are having a generation whereby we are not into the skills of, we are not into the habit of fixing the tools of trade. Simple thing, the ladder. And Professor Magubane indicated that not only skills, but employability. I can tell you now, very few universities are tracing their graduates as to whether they are employed or not. That's the reason now we are having such an increase, a worrying figure around the unemployability of our graduates. You have heard that the doctors don't have work. And I think Mr. Vele indicated in here to say, if we overproduce, then we're going to have your artisans working at ShopRite. I don't have shares with ShopRite. I'm not marketing it. So we have to try and get a balance as to, who should go into vocational programs and who should go into universities. But I'm aware of the fact that there are some comprehensive universities that will cater for quite a number of degrees in terms of vocational and also academic programs. And the tricky part that Professor Magubane highlighted is the issue of digital access. And she shared with us the barriers. We have to have a reliable infrastructure. Program director, before we went out, there was, I don't know whether, I don't want to call it load shedding because I don't stay in here. But if you really want to get into full digital access, and that happens when you are in the middle of marking or in the middle of teaching, you don't want to know what will happen to the poor students. So there are quite a number of them, and I think Professor Makubane eloquently highlighted those. Issues of infrastructure, issues of electricity, issues of connectivity. Like I said, I'm from a deep rural area in Limpopo. So those are the things that as leaders, as managers, we should address them. But during the Q&A, there is one aspect that I did not hear, and that was on budget. You can't do all this without a robust, strong budget. You can't. So once we can improve on that and involve the government, then we can be able to achieve everything that was said today. Now, the other thing that I really liked was on the issue of what do we have to do moving forward? She talked about digital interventions. She also indicated that the POPI Act can be a barrier because in her own words, she said, you cannot be able to assist a student if you don't know the particulars. UNISA has especially one of the departments in our college, the Department of Geography. They did a study where they profiled all the places where we have students in South Africa. So geographers that are very good with the GIS, and they know where to get the students. I can tell you that in the Northern Cape, there are very few students in there. But Professor Magubane was quite right to say, you have to know and profile the students before, if you really going to assist them. Then she talked about the basic principle of communication, in which she said, especially when you set out, when you schedule meetings, I think this working from home has killed us. Because when we were office bound, I would know that I will report at 8 and at 4 o'clock I'm going home. And then there will be time for family. But with working from home, at 5:30, I get an email. Can we have a short meeting? Short meeting for 30 minutes. You know what will happen? That 30 minutes will be 2 hours. And when you look at the agenda, it was only one item. But because of the fact that some of these things we are noticing them, Professor Magubane has indicated, you cannot be anti everything every day. When you go to a meeting, we know Libelo is going to argue this. It cannot be. People have to be progressive. That's why I said, and this is was also raised by Mebo Pape, to say when you are a leader, you have to be strong. And again, you have to be considerate of other people. Then we talk of Ubuntu. I liked the conclusion remarks where she indicated that the digital vocational education must be inclusive by design. And also you combine that with a good infrastructure, pedagogy, and policy. That Rami Tlwa from Nemisa shared with us, with his knowledge on IT systems. He shared with us how you do scale about the digital skills. And he also shared with us the mandate from NEMISA, whereby it is basically around training. You have to make sure that we empower our students so that they can be able to engage with the material at hand. But something very interesting that he highlighted was on the human capital challenge in South Africa. And I'm afraid this is quite important, but I think after 30 years, we have to disregard that. He highlighted the fact that there was imbalances, especially during apartheid system, during the apartheid era. But you have been given around 30 years now, more than 30 years. Then we should be able to come up or craft a direction where we can be able to address the challenges and the imbalances that were created. Because all these are actually holding us stagnant. We can't move because we are trapped into that. And he also emphasized the issue of the digital skills which exist in an ecosystem. And some of the things that he mentioned was on the infrastructure, which I really like. Colleagues, I'm now going to go over to the item that was rendered by Ntate Kekana, Lendravele Lekhetu. We truly appreciate your message of support. Because when you come up with this initiative, you really need some form of support, be emotional, financial, or otherwise. We need that kind of support. Because the two stakeholders that will be signing the MOU either today or tomorrow, they really need that support. So the support from the South African Public Colleges Organization is truly, truly appreciated. And he also emphasized that the collaboration is a two-way system, and it needs both parties to be involved. It's of no use for us to drop this, to sign this MOU, then we go back, then we forget about everything. I like the analogy that he gave us to say people are, the government will say, University of Limpopo is my alma mater, by the way. They will say, we are waiting for you. Why can't they go in there? Financially, they're quite stable. Why can't they reach out to the partners? I really appreciate that. Mematlawa, I really liked your presentation. And if you don't mind, you can share with us. Because most of the time when you talk of TVET colleges, you're talking about, I think there are 25 of them. Please correct me. You only, how many? 50. I wanted to say times 2, so you were just quick. Thank you very much, Ntate Vele. 50 of them, and but we don't consider community colleges, which is to me is quite worrisome. As a matter of fact, let me get to, we worked on the issues, the number of TVET colleges in the country. As UNISA, and as the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, and the College of Science, Engineering, and Technology, we have a mandate to engage with TVET colleges. Please. But remember, there will be those that don't have agriculture and also they don't have science, engineering, and technology. But we will also go out to them and try to engage with them so that we can form almost the same MOU. And that will cover, number one, the issue of articulation. You see, this top-down approach is not working. Because the government said, want TVET colleges, we will create TVET colleges. But there was no stakeholder involvement and consultation to say, how are you going to articulate this, the programs from the TVET colleges into the universities? Let's look at the duplication. Universities have higher certificates. TVET colleges have got higher certificates. Where are we going with this? Financially, we are losing. So, Ma'am Matlawa, we truly appreciate that. And I like the overview. We appreciate your support and also the overview, because that enlightened my knowledge in terms of your enrollment. You talked about 17,000. That's a great number. The question will be, what will be happening to these candidates? And you highlighted the fact that you got some funding and you erected computer labs, and you have to be appreciated for that. Colleagues, a round of applause, please. She's struggling. She mentioned the CETA funds, and she managed to build some computer labs. And in her remarks, she indicated that SET is in dire need to digital skills. Ntate Vele, with your prelude on your presentation, I was sitting in there and I said, this is basically what the challenge that I have. With the overlapping of the presentation, with the interconnectedness of the presentation. But I came up with a golden thread to say, it looks like today we're dealing with digitalization, curriculum transformation, skills development, infrastructure, the barriers around the implementation of digital skills, and last but not least, the setup, rural areas. And I truly appreciate what you have shared with us, especially on the legislative aspects. Because in that case, then you can say, what you are doing is captured in our constitution. It's about the right for access to all the individuals in the country, in the Republic of South Africa and beyond. And Tate Vele, you raised a very good point in terms of the reviewing, for lack of a better word, reviewing of the PQM at the TVET levels. So I think this is the prime time whereby the interaction between, and Tate Vele mentioned that, between the universities and the TVET colleges and the SET, we sit around the table and say, what do you have? And we are open in our discussion to say we can be able to chew this, especially when we get into that stage of reviewing and renewing the programs at the TVET colleges. And we truly appreciated that presentation. I really liked that. I've indicated the reconfiguration of the PQM and also the phasing out of the National Certificate Vocational. And you said you are not so sure as to when this will happen, but it's something that is in the pipeline. And once something is in the pipeline, it means you have to be ready for the eventuality. Colleagues, I want to indicate that there were some key challenges that Ntate Vele shared with us. And he mentioned the infrastructure gaps, the student access, the lecturer readiness, and the industry alignment. So in that case, Ntate Vele, I think you'll agree with me when I say then GICA becomes important. The government for infrastructure, the industry alignment, they have to be involved. With universities now, we are facing a very big challenge to say, when you craft a research project, you should engage with the companies and industry first. Because in that case, then you are establishing your market. This research will be earmarked for a pharmaceutical company. Let me give you an example. If I'm working on medicinal plants, whatever I get there as an end product, there could be a need that this, whatever molecule, can be taken into pharmaceutical companies and redeveloped, remodeled, and at the end of the day be sold to us. And Ntate Vele shared with us effective strategies, and he mentioned the LMS, Learning Management System, and he indicated that it should be used in course planning and delivery. It shouldn't be used as they mustn't be used as hard drives. The assessment was also mentioned in there, and the last matter that I want to highlight with the task that I've been given is the case study from National Lesotho University. Ms. Fadi. As I was seated in there, and I said, you can summarize your study by quoting Nelson Mandela when he said, I open the quote, "It is always difficult until it is done," close quote. A round of applause, please. When you listened carefully when they started, these kids were even afraid to make an on-off switch on the laptop. I think that's the phobia that you talked about. But with this engagement and interaction, then they managed to get into this. Then the negative talk was minimized, which I think is a very good study. In fact, if I were you and the supervisor, I will, do a follow-up after a year or so. You'll be surprised. Some of them will find that you won't even match in terms of how to go about using the laptops. Program Director, I want to thank you for the opportunity that you gave me in trying to put together the events of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Libelo, thank you very much. You really did a good job. The whole thing, it has been summarized in a way that is very amazing and very informative. In fact, we have learned so much things that we never thought they were in the mind of the institution. And what is really important for us is that we know that now our College of Agriculture will really do something. In fact, will as they promised last time that they are going to visit Maluti, so surely something is going to happen. And that it's Opula plus Imani. Ba tlamehile ke ba lo bona polasi mo Ntate Lebelo. Ntho di tsamaya hantle ntate wa ka. So we're very happy about what we have done that day. But now there was a request from my colleagues that I must call again Mr. Kumalo. Maybe he's around. Mr. Kumalo. Hi. All right. I was also requested to ask you, colleagues, that there's an evaluation form here. We have to scan it and then evaluate the services. I mean the session for today, and then must also bring this tomorrow. We are going to use it. Skala nyamela he but weso. Re lookisitse taba motlakase. Re lookisitse taba motlakase jwale skala la nyamela. Ene dijo ntse di le ngata le tsona. Di skala phoqa he. Ka sala jwale re shebane le dijo tse ngata re sa tsebe re tlo etsa jwang ka tsona. Jwale ke nahana hore I need to close now. Ka ba jwang? Ntate Sothise. Kana ka kwala. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, I just want to remind and that our prof, or Prof. Libilo, keep prof Ngubane, sima Kubane, Ngubane. Nizikita uposa skis. King Ngubane. All right. Now, as we draw this session to a close, let's take a moment to reflect on the powerful presentations, discussions, and deliberations and conversations we have shared today. We have explored how digital transformation is not just a trend, but a catalyst, a force that is redefining how we teach, how we learn, and how we prepare the next generation for a world that demands agility, creativity, and resilience. From reimagined curricula to embedding real-world skills into classroom or lecture halls. Today's insights have shown us that innovation in education is not optional, it is essential. And while technology provides the tools, it is our collective vision, leadership, and commitment that will drive meaningful change. Thank you all for attending today's seminar. Your presence, engagement, thoughtful contribution have made this gathering not only informative, but truly inspirational as well. As we depart from here, let me encourage you to carry forward the insights we have gained and the contacts we have developed. I hope this seminar has inspired something meaningful for each of us or each of you, whether it is an enhanced knowledge, new perspective, or simply a renewed sense of purpose. Let's live here not just informed but inspired. Let's take the ideas beyond the seminar walls into our schools, institutions, our communities, and even our homes. Because the future of education is not something we wait for, it is something we build together. Thank you for your energy, your engagement, and your passion. And the journey of transformation continues, and each of you is a vital part of it. We will meet again tomorrow. Stay curious, stay motivated, and most importantly, stay connected. Yeah, okay. Yeah, now before we close, we're going to give our presenters the gifts. But before that, I would just want to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to give a resounding applause to our technical colleagues. They've done a good job. And they've done a good job. So, if you can get business in the bank, you balloon civilians. Yeah? All right. I'm also told that now we We'll go outside for, after this, we're going to have a cocktail. Is it a cocktail? Mocktail, oh. Mocktail session outside. Huh? Yeah, networking session outside. Kama zwa skera tsamayang before thola di address. You know, uta mona Maluti mo ba batla go tsamaya le address. Kgale ne re tsamaya ka dikolo mona. A re ya dipolekeng tse ding, a re gutla mo ba o na le address. Ke hopola ke se ke ngoletse address ya ka ya mashano re le Fixburg ke se ke re le nna ya ka ke ena address mara e le hore ke mashano ha ka thola motho le tswaro ntse le nketsa tje. So after this, colleagues, we will go outside and then but let us get that Melbilon, where are the Melbilon, Mrs. Lebilon, hey man, wankutla ka bankutla di thola la ka jwale eh ke le ntsubudisa ke a le ntsubudisa ba but now ntho di kae gift o re memele wa so hana ke re ke di Okay. Mocktails at the front, in the foyer, and then at the back, those who would like to have tea, they'll get tea at the back. But in the meantime, we're just waiting for Mema Senya to bring the gifts for our presenters. Thank you. How are we going to do this? You didn't read by his name. It's not a name. This one. Name. This one. Felix. Hamid has nothing.
Colleagues, for the colleagues online, they can be excused. The seminar has come to an end. Right now, we're just handing over gifts to our speakers. And we want to thank you, colleagues online, for joining us. We will see you tomorrow. We're starting on time. So at this moment, we'd like to request Professor Magubane, please come to the front so that we can hand you a gift. Thank you for coming and to thank you for sharing your information with us. And then Prof, we're waiting. Mr. T, please let Prof come. And then the next speaker that we'd like to offer a gift or hand over a gift to is Mr. TJ Kekana, so that that trip from Polokwane to here becomes worthwhile. And then the next speaker is Me Matlawa from the CET, Free State College of Education and Training. Me Matlawa, thank you for sharing the information with us and for encouraging us and giving us a message of support. And we also want to offer a gift to Mr. T.W. Vele, the Acting Chief Director. Thank you, sir. Please come and receive a gift. I was actually hoping that we'll open the floor to ask you a few questions. You know, those occupational qualifications, I think we need more engagement on that. Maybe we can, I'm hoping you're here tomorrow and then we can talk more around that, create space for that. Will you be here tomorrow? Not sure. Okay, please come through for a gift. But we're gonna have a networking session now, so anyone who has a question can really speak to Rev Vele outside. Okay. Okay, and then of course, May else you'll help us to get a gift to Rami. Right, thank you so much, Ma. Okay, but we also have to hand over gifts to our colleagues from the National University of Lesotho. For us, we cannot partner just like we said in the country. We need to partner in the region. We need to partner in the continent. And as Prof. Lebelo has mentioned, we also need to partner internationally. But we also need to give Prof. Lebelo a gift. How can we? I almost forgot you, Prof. Imagine. We also have a gift for you, Prof. We want to thank you for giving us a synopsis of what happened today. Please come forth, Prof. Lebelo from UNISA, College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. I almost said College of Accounting Sciences. Hey, you go ahead. Now I'm speaking when you hand over. Yeah. I get over UNISA items. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have gifted all of our speakers with the gifts that we had prepared for them today. We really want to thank them for making time to come. And as we mentioned throughout the conversations, partnerships are very important, but we do not believe that we partner when we speak from the podiums and people are sitting there. So we have created some space and a few minutes for us to network outside here. So as you walk outside, you will see there are some mocktails, not cocktails. No, mocktails, because we want to network really sober. Again, so as we walk outside, let's grab a drink and interact with colleagues until when the chambers close. But we want to thank you so much for having come. Tomorrow we are starting on time. One last information, colleagues, for tomorrow. We'll start on time because we want to visit the dinosaur museum. So far, we have 60 people that have registered to go. If you are interested to go, please see the team at the back. They'll help you register and bring 125 rands for entrance. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the evening.